Yo. Yo. We live. We live. We live. What a day. Some mango loco in us. Dan and OG. Welcome. Yeah. Since White Tupac, old school Dave. Since I'm not delivering any real content to you guys, but my life just keeps getting updates and changes and things. So I'll just talk and smoke. Got my glasses on because I don't like this bright light. Chili Senate, what up? We'll wait for a few more people to come in, and we'll get to it. There's two things to talk about today. First one will probably be a bit longer. I got my handheld microphone out here, and just chill. What a Tetris session yesterday. I played after and I fucking lost all my SR. Oh. What up, y'all? What up? Hope everybody's having a good day. Today was an interesting one. Today/yesterday. Oh, by the way, we're like very close to 1 million views on this channel, all time, including striked and privated videos. I think on my page, if you go to the about, it says like 800 and some, but we're at 999,000 and like 200. Oh yeah, that's a goal. That's a goal that's about to be achieved. Boom. It's Salud Martel. I'm just, I don't deliver content. I don't go out and party with people or anything anymore. So there's just a couple updates in my life. I'm sure you'll find one interesting. You'll probably find them both interesting and fucking rag me for it later. But yeah, since I'm not delivering content, I'll just come and talk. Is that okay with you? Smoke cigarettes. Drink energy drinks. And I got some fucking Tostitos and some salsa con queso as well. Yummy, yummy. Mr. Black, welcome. All right, 14, 15 people in here. All right, we're good. All right. So, I guess I don't know. I guess I'm saying this on stream to like go along with the story that's been being told, I suppose. I mean, it could give it some closure as well. So yesterday during my Tetris stream, oh, thanks, man. So yesterday during the Tetris stream, I received a message from Heartbeats, which said, "Please do not contact me again." Now these are magic words to me. These are magic words. That's when someone specifically requests me not to contact them. I take that shit seriously, and it's the first time she said that. Since I've kind of been trying to get her back, or at least reconcile over the last month or so, as you guys may have noticed, some tears here and there, and some talking about it here and there. Sheep Unit, what up? So I take that seriously, and I will respect that. Now, this came after a couple back and forths, which originated after her stream. When I watched her stream, I just sent her a nice little message that was just like it was nice seeing you on stream, and I hope you had a good night. And then she responded with broken heart emojis, no words, broken heart emojis. And so I seized the moment We hadn't really been talking much at all, really, for probably about a week or so or more. And so I seized the moment to, yeah, guys, this is coming out of a place of love as well. Like, this is not hate. This is not anything. But I'm gonna fill you guys in with how I feel about this breaking news. Um, so yeah, I said it was nice seeing her on stream, and she replied with broken heart emojis, and then I took the opportunity to express how I feel, and apologize again, and kind of just try and let her know is really what I want, is to try and work things out with her, even though it's going to be pretty difficult. But um, that's what I let her know. And then she replied with basically reminding me of how I left, how I uh, just left so quickly. She felt like garbage. How I said mean things to her that made her feel worthless, and also how I actually stepped up to her, like, physically, and she felt that was like an intimidation move, even though there was nothing actually physical. But I did get in her face out of anger. Very uncharacteristic for me. Um. So then I responded. And the last question I asked her was, oh, actually, the previous message, I ended it with a question, which was, "Do you still love me?" And then she responded with that, and she was basically like, "The damage has been done." And then I responded back. She didn't answer if she loved me or not, but I responded back. It was a fairly long message, and then I again re-asked the question, "Do you still love me?" And to that, I got a response of, "Please do not contact me again." And I simply said, "Okay." Panda Cat, what up? How long has it been since the breakup? It was May, so like 5 months or something. South to west. Damn, thought we got rid of me. Thought there was gonna be a happy ending. Well, this is the first. We said our goodbyes. We've said our goodbyes, but this was her. This is the first. This is the first thing she said where it's like, "Stop talking to me." So you know what I mean. Um. So I said, "Okay," but obviously I've been thinking about it, and so I'll give you guys a little extra details. I don't think I'm gonna say anything too much that hasn't already been said on stream. And again, I'm just like letting you guys understand how I'm feeling, and like, that's her choice. That's her choice, and if she doesn't want me in her life, then that's probably the best thing, is for me to stop contacting her. Just, and that's where closure happens, I suppose. Now, I'm gonna chain smoke like a motherfucker. Get a bottle of vodka. No. Um. So throughout this last month of trying to reconcile, I've been like extremely apologetic, maybe too apologetic, as in annoyingly apologetic. Annoying, just like pushing the pressure, not giving her the space that she needs to really think about it and that kind of thing. So my bad that I don't know. Anyway, one thing that has not been discussed at all. One thing that has not been discussed at all are the factors which led me up to wanting to leave. Like between us, I've just been taking all the blame. I've just been, because basically I'm in a different mindset than I was when I lived there. So it's like I can see things a little more clearly and how I should have acted and that kind of thing. But there was definitely something on the other end as well, which made me want to leave. But none of that has been discussed. It's just been me, trying to like, absorb her pain, absorb her sadness, and try and do what I can to make her feel good and let her know that I am extremely apologetic. Two sides of the equation, yeah. But none of that has been discussed. I'm just saying. So, like, it appears to me that there hasn't been, well, at least we haven't acknowledged any accountability on her end at all. So maybe she believes or thinks that it was all me. It was largely me, but not all me. Which is fine. But here's so that hasn't been discussed. It hasn't been addressed. We haven't even got over the how poorly I treated her and how cruelly I left. So Tyler, what up? What's interesting about this is the damage has been done. The damage has been done is what, and she's still holding on to that. Okay. So she's still hurt. The damage has been done. However, when I first left, all right, we were still in very close communication, like texting every day. I remember within the first couple days, I sent a very, very long text message with like all the issues I had and why I left. So it was very clear to her. Okay. But right away after I left, she was asking me to come back, like right away. And we probably talked daily or texted daily for about a month and a half or so. And, she'd let me know that she was, missing me and that she was lonely and that kind of thing. But there was never any like anger towards me regarding these specific issues that she's now stating as, the reason we can't reconcile, which is a pretty good reason. Like, I don't blame her. You know what I mean? Like, I was a fucking douchebag. But it's just odd how, like, if the damage was done, what about friendship? I think I kind of fucked that up too. But so as far as the damage being done, it's just odd how the damage wasn't done. We were still in communication. We were literally talking probably as much as if we were still having a long distance relationship. Like we did do the long distance relationship in the early days, and we were going back and forth every day. And it wasn't like oh, you're such an asshole for leaving me, like that type of thing. You know what I mean? It was none of those feelings. None of those feelings got brought up until I tried to get her back. Until a conversation on the phone that we had like a month ago. And that's when it started coming out that she was still extremely hurt, and she's definitely angry. And so the damage has been done. So, okay, delayed response. Jim, what up? Whiskey Hoarder. Yeah, feel free to give your opinion, man. So, I guess from my point of view, like the reason I wanted to reconcile is because I think she's a great person. She has a very good heart. She is emotional, okay? And I didn't really like, like like I feel I know her better now. That we've gone through all this shit. And I feel that I am in a completely different place mentally, financially, and that I would be able to be a better man for her than what I was doing when I lived out there. Again, that was a pretty crazy situation for me, just moving out there, getting in a family lifestyle, and trying to make the MC Frosty show still work, and also trying doing it all with fucking kidney stones too. That was like 2 of them. That fucking sucked. No, Jim, this is coming from I sobered up too, exactly, and that's where the clarity of mind comes from. But no, Jim, this is out of love. This is out of love. Like I'm not complaining. I'm just stating how I'm feeling. But what I've observed, so just to like, I guess, just to keep it short or like to the point, the main issue I had with her for leaving, right, to decide to leave, was I felt that she was often a negative person, like reacting negatively to situations, emotionally negative to situations. And I mean, that was like, that was what I tried to help her with when I was there. And I think I succeeded in a few different ways while I was there to influence her to act more positively in a few ways. But what I'm noticing is that it seems like she's choosing to hold on to the negatives. Now, this was the negativity was an issue when we were like way before we moved in together, like when we were no, she wasn't a nag. No. Oh my god, a female who's emotional. Yeah, well, let's try and keep it away from generalizations of females and males. You know what I mean? I'm just talking about her specifically. So while we were doing the long distance thing, and I was in Cornwall and she was in St. John's, there were a few instances, at least a couple instances of negativity that I observed. And like for instance, this was brought up on stream. Our first Valentine's Day. Our first Valentine's Day. So I believe her and I we did like a video chat on Valentine's Day. One-on-one time. Now, if I recall, it was a special video chat for me, as it was the first time I ever masturbated on camera for a girl. I'd always refused to do that shit. But that was like the special thing for Valentine's Day for that. Okay. Now the next day I streamed, I believe, and I think it was Faithless Follower who asked me like what I got her for Valentine's Day, and I didn't actually get her anything. I was I think I was pretty strapped for cash, and I'm not so big on like specifically doing, getting people things for like a commercial fucking holiday or whatever. But she's a chick, and obviously, but the thing is that issue, the fact that I didn't get her anything, wasn't brought up until it was addressed on chat. Until it was addressed on chat. Yeah, I did make a music video for my nuts. Yeah, you're right. But it wasn't an issue on Valentine's Day. But then the next day when I had a stream and it was brought up, and then it became an issue, and that caused some sadness in her. That I didn't do that, and that I didn't, the way I addressed it on stream, I kind of brushed it off or laughed about it or something like that, and it just didn't make her feel very good. Okay. So then that makes me think. So she was upset that I didn't do anything special for her, even though I felt I did. But she was, I didn't make a big deal about it or whatever. So, Scum TV, what up? So, this is what it makes me think of. Is that, okay, so before I moved to St. John's in with her, we did spend about 3 weeks together. Like after I moved out of Nancy's, I went up to St. John's for 3 weeks, and then we had like a week in Montreal planned. So I went up there for that, and I still had some space in my credit card. So I don't know if you guys remember the stream. I think it was a stream where we went on a whale tour, on a whale watching tour, and then I cut the stream off, and then her and I went out for a date at a nice restaurant at the Keg or whatever. We hadn't really gone to any nice restaurants yet on a date. So I was looking forward to that one-on-one time, like a date with my girlfriend, you know what I mean? And what was odd about that date, okay, is while we're sitting there at the table, eating our appetizers, she pulls out her phone to watch a stream. I think it was a Land and Tell stream or something. He just came back or something. A Land and Tell stream while we're on our date. so I'm just like, so I just think like there was us doing something special together, and then it like got distracted by by a fucking stream, man. You know what I'm saying? But I brought it up. I was like, maybe put that away. But like, I didn't like fucking get bent over it or anything. You know what I mean? I wasn't like, "Ugh, the fuck you doing?" I didn't. But I'm just saying, like, didn't get you anything for Valentine's Day, but I took you out for a nice date on a random day. It was like, it was like $200 for that meal. Just saying. And so it's like it's all perspective. It's all like how you look at things. I could have been, I could have been, hurt. My feelings could have been hurt, and I could, you know what I mean. So that's a big difference between her and I. Is like she more often chooses. I don't know if she chooses she instinctually opts to view things negatively at first rather than positively. So the point I'm getting at here is I don't know if things have changed with her. You know what I mean? Like I've been kind of trying to feel things out while I'm like begging for our relationship back, or for begging her to give me another chance. And she's still holding those bad things. Even like when I left, even though she didn't right away, and we never even talked about it until I let her know that I want her back, basically. And I don't know. And again, guys, this is from love. You know what I mean? The thing is like now I know this about her. Now that I know, now like it's happened a few times. It happened a few times where she reacted negatively, and now I know how to act a little bit better, I believe. But and like other situations as well, right? Like we did actually break up. I don't know if you guys recall that we broke up. We broke up around her birthday. So there was a thing that happened in Valentine's Day. She came and visited me for my birthday. I did get her a birthday gift. It was a little chain, a little chain and a pendant. And then, like, let's say a week later, I don't know if I got into these details, but so I won't. But I woke up one day to like messages from her, extremely sad about some MC Frosty content, basically. Yeah, it was. She was just very sad about it, and I tried to let her know that it was basically part of the show. Everything, it was part of the show, but she didn't really get over that. She didn't really get over that particular issue either, which is interesting. It is like she doesn't believe what I say often, but okay. So we broke up for a bit. We didn't talk for a few days, and then we started talking again, and then we got back together because she wanted to. She was asking me to do some things that I felt were like controlling, which is why I broke up with her. And And we settled it. I took her back. Then I went and visited her. For like a few days or something. And then I think I came back. And then a couple weeks later, I did the e-bike roulette of fun. I think I did 8 days straight, 24/7. And then I came back to the house, Nancy's place, and Nancy fucking pissed me off because about keeping my e-bike in the garage. And then I fucking decided to move out. She called the cops on me and shit. Anyway, decided to move out. So then Heartbeats invited me to go up there. And that's when we discussed me actually moving in and that kind of thing. And I kind of had like a test run of like being there for a few weeks and whatever. Now, I'll just give you a couple other examples of negativity which occurred. So the first time we met, and I mentioned this on stream before again, but the first time we met, she got an Airbnb in Montreal for us, okay, and the Airbnb was pretty nice, okay, but the oven on the stove did not work. Pure Gosu, what up? You have to rewind and listen, man. I ain't repeating it. The oven on the stove didn't work. And she pretty much ripped the landlord guy a fucking new asshole for that. And like wanting refund or like partial refund or some type of compensation. Now I called this at the time being spicy. But she was actually pretty like upset by this. And it wasn't really a good look, but I was like, okay, maybe whatever. I mean, that's just how she is. You know, she likes to, get what she paid for or whatever. Okay. I didn't really find it a good look, but that was fine. But that was the first case of her, like, of me witnessing her, like, really react negatively to something. And, like, not just, like, keep it in, but, like, put that negativity onto some dude. You know what I mean? Like, she gave him shit for a fucking stove because we couldn't cook her nachos or something. Anyway, so that was example one. And then we had a couple instances. of negativity before I went up to Newfoundland for the trial. And then that same day as the date, the day before, actually, or was it? It was the day before or the same day. The day before I booked a whale watching tour on a boat. So I paid for it. They gave us the time. And then when I woke up in the morning, day of, they fucking booked us for an earlier. They canceled the booking that we had. And they booked us on the earlier tour of the day, which was like an hour or two away from when I got that message. And I was like, oh, fuck, we're not going to be able to make this kind of deal. So, and I've talked about this too on stream as well. So I called them to see if we could get the original plans, because that's what we had planned for the day, and blah, blah, blah. And the customer service woman was not very helpful. While I'm on the phone, Heartbeats was like talking over me, like trying to talk to the person, like while I'm on the phone. And the call ended and there was really no resolution. So then what happened, and I don't know if she meant it to do behind my back or whatever, but then what happened is she called them back. She called them back, even though it was like me paying for it and everything. She called them back and reamed out the fucking customer service person. Skylar, what up? She reamed out the customer service person. Okay. Now, I wasn't aware of this call. Basically, it was left at, okay, you'll have to go down to the boat at the time that you said, and if there's enough people there, then they can run the tour. So while we're heading downtown, I get a call from the manager of the customer service person, and she's basically telling me like that their agents aren't required to put up with that kind of verbal abuse. So she was literally like, she was getting worked up while I was on the phone. So I can only imagine what she said to the other person, but enough for the manager to call back and be like, we don't tolerate that kind of shit, basically. Okay. So again, that's not a very good look, in my opinion. That's like taking your negativity and putting it on other people and ruining other people's day and that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you didn't have to do that. We could have done something else or whatever. Anyway, I don't know. So at that point, I had let her know, like, you know, if this is how you want to act, that's fine, I guess. But don't turn that shit on me, is what I told her at that point. Like, do not treat me like that. Now, again, we'd spent probably about 5 weeks total together before my decision to go up there, before she invited me up there, and my decision to go up there. And this was probably like the first or second week that I was up there. So we really hadn't spent a lot of time together. We and a lot, not a lot, but some of that was on stream, and the rest of it was, very positive. But here we're getting into real life. So then what happened? I think like a week after that, we decided to go to the St. John's Royal Regatta. Now, oh, by the way, guys, what's probably going to be very interesting about this is that yesterday Heartbeat said, please do not contact me again, right? I would be surprised. I would be highly surprised if she does not watch this stream that I'm doing right now, which is odd, right? Don't contact me again, but she's probably watching this stream. If she's not right now, she probably will. I have no idea, right? That's a little weird as well. And again, this is out of love. But I'm just saying, guys. What she's exhibiting to me now is like the choice to deal with things from a negative viewpoint, I guess. I don't know. Choice, or I don't, just automatic. It's just automatic. I don't know. But anyway, so you guys all know the Pink Kitty situation there. Okay, so we went to the Royal Regatta. We streamed this, this festival in Newfoundland. And there was some drama. Not regarding the Pink Kitty. I mean, that was all fun and games. But there was some real drama whenever we were in the beer tent dancing away. Well, she was dancing. I was like carrying my fucking guitar and shit. Anyway, so at one point I decided to leave, like while she was dancing, I just decided to leave the beer tent, go out. I was concerned about copyright on the stream, and I was just going to go sit, just rest for a little bit. And so we walked away. Then I realized I didn't have my internet hotspot on me. I think she had the bag that it was in or whatever. So I turn around, and as I turn around, I see her coming out of the beer tent, very mad, and giving me the finger. Okay. So, and then she storms off to the bathroom. Okay. Now I consider the middle finger to be like, fuck you. Okay. And that's like hateful. That's hateful. And like, we're in a relationship and we're in public. It's like a public display of hate. However, I waited till she came back, and I had to confirm, what I saw. I talked with her about it first, right? So she reacted, give me the finger, without even knowing why I left. But she confirmed that she was upset that I left her there alone. And I didn't say anything when I left. And that's why she gave me the finger. Okay. So I did call her a cunt. Actually, I asked her if she was a cunt. And then she was like, what upset me was that she was like blaming me for her giving me the finger. So she took great offense to me leaving her alone in the beer tent dancing. Okay. But she didn't ask, like she reacted that way negatively without, as I said, without even knowing why I left. She was just mad. So I stormed away, and we ended the stream. She followed me, and we ended the stream, and we had a big long argument on the street, basically. And I took that pretty seriously, because I was, to me, it was like exhibiting the same pattern of like reacting in anger or reacting however, before even talking about it. But I told her, like, don't pull that shit on me. Like, this ain't what I'm here for. You know what I mean? I don't think that's a very nice thing to do. Now, the reason I'm saying I don't think things have changed from her point of view is because on her stream the other night, she actually brought that up. Now, her reasoning that she gave me for doing that, for giving me the finger, was that it was like a Newfoundland thing, and with your buds, you give each other the finger or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, but that was not, and then that's literally what she said on her stream the other night. Because I think she gave somebody the finger or something like that. She's like, "Oh, see, that's what we do." And she even brought up the word cunt. And so she was talking about that. But that's a goddamn lie. Because she was mad. She was mad that I fucking left her alone. And to this day, or till 3 nights ago, she's playing it off like as if she was joking or something, or joking around with me, and that's just the way they do things around here. Like, no, I'm not like your bud. I'm your fucking boyfriend and lover, and you're fucking showing the world that you fucking are pissed at me, saying fuck you to your boyfriend. I took that fucking, I almost left. I almost left that fucking day. I was like, fuck this. But instead, Aaron Shred, what up? Instead, I forgave her. I stayed. And I tried to make it my mission. To turn that frown upside down. Okay? we had talks, and she kind of gave her reasoning. She had some reasons why she kind of like reacts that way and whatever. But you know what I mean. I decided to stay. So, now, guys, there was also a lot of great times. Okay, there's also a lot of positivity. There's also a lot of positivity. That's but there was a pattern. There was a pattern of like giving like just reacting and like and then putting the negativity on me, basically. Now, in retrospect, maybe I shouldn't have left her there alone. Maybe that was a douche move or whatever. I guess I just wasn't really thinking about it. There was like no hard feel. Like I wasn't like leaving her alone because I didn't want to be around her or something like that. You know what I mean? Like it was just changing the scenery on the stream. D-bag, what up? So, Q, what up? This is way better than IRL. Yeah, man, I got no content, guys, but this is subject matter 1 of what's happened within the last 24 hours. I'm just keeping you guys updated. This, because she said to have no contact with her again. I'm going to respect that. So this could just be closure to the situation as well. I you know what I mean? I won't be contacting her, so it's I might as well just close the book with you guys, right? So we can move on. So, but this is all out of love, guys. Like, you know what I mean? Even though I've experienced all of this with her. I take them as learning opportunities with the person, with heartbeats. Like when like it's an opportunity to learn and hopefully change my behaviors and hopefully result in her behaviors changing as well. So now let's go to, okay, so I didn't leave. We did a few more weeks or maybe 1 or 2 weeks in St. John's. And then we went and spent a week in Montreal where we went to like La Ronde and stuff. There was a little bit of drama at La Ronde, but nothing too serious. I guess the Ferris wheel. I don't know if you guys remember the Ferris wheel. We were like ready to get on, and then like there was like 5, or let's say there was like 5 seats available or whatever, like different things, and like she kind of like went up and tried to go in front of another line and get in one. I think there was like 2 for one line or whatever, and they were feeding that one line into the 2 things, but she kind of just decided to jump ahead of there. Anyway, I didn't follow her, and because I was just going to wait, and then she ended up getting stuck. Because they filled it. She came back. She couldn't get back over the rail or whatever, and then we ended up just leaving after waiting like an hour in line for the Ferris wheel or whatever. Okay, fine, but that wasn't a big deal. So then, after that week, she went back to Newfoundland, and then I went back to Cornwall, and I did camping because I had a show. Booked at a biker gang fucking camp out or cookout or whatever. So I had booked like months earlier, and I was getting paid for it. So I stayed in Cornwall until that show. I think it was like, I forget, September something. And then I so then I ended up, I wasn't sure how I was going to get out to Newfoundland, and then I ended up getting my buddy to drive me so I could bring the e-bike up with me, because that e-bike was fucking impossible to the batteries were impossible to ship because they're like hazardous materials. So MIC Cherry Groove, what up? 7-Eleven manager, what up? October 7th. So anyway, I get my buddy to drive drive me up. I paid for the gas, hotels, fucking ferry, all that shit. And what I was trying to do to make a little bit extra cash on the way up, okay, I was offering for $100 donation. I would let the donator choose the title of my next song, and I would make a song with whatever title they chose. Okay. And so chat was being chat and trolling and that kind of thing. And I put a restriction on like racist, like that. I wasn't allowing racist subject, like racist song titles or anything like that. That was the only restriction I made. But then on the way up, Heartbeats contacted me, and she asked me to put a restriction. She asked me to put a restriction on song titles about her, because she thought chat was gonna fucking donate $100 to do like a hate beats fucking song or something like that. Now, all I said was that the donator can choose the title. Okay, you gotta trust me. You gotta trust me that I'm not gonna do a fucking hate song on my fucking girlfriend. But she was very concerned before it even happened. I hadn't received a donation yet. Before it even happened, that chat was gonna fucking go against her and make me do a fucking hate song on her. You know what I mean? And honestly, if somebody fucking tried to get me to do a hate song on my girlfriend, I would have turned that into a hate song about them. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just would have got the title through, you know, you fucking douchebag. Anyway. So I was like, no, I got this under control. You know, don't worry about it. But she was very upset. And again, that was like, nothing had happened. And she was trying to tell me how to run my business, basically. That's exactly what was going on. And it wasn't the first time. So I was like, you gotta like relax. And like, honestly, I almost turned back around. And while we were in New Brunswick, I was like, fuck. But instead, I decided to do my first final stream. I was basically like, okay, this is definitive that my girlfriend cannot handle the fucking trolls. Cannot handle, you know, I mean, it's causing her too much stress. Okay. I'm like, I don't want this to be part of my new life. I want things to be good. And I was also like, why are you even thinking this way? Like, why is your head so deep into the fucking chat? You know what I mean? Like you guys burn me all fucking day. You know what I mean? And it's fucking like, it just rolls off. You know what I mean? But anyway, okay. So I did a final stream. The rest of it, we just fucking went up. I canceled the whole money making fucking agenda. And I also asked her if she would be willing to forego the internet for our first week together, so that we could just get our heads out of it. I was quitting MC Frosty, and we'll fucking, you know, just get to real life for the first week I was there. So she was okay with that. So everything was cool. Moved up. But I'm just saying, that was another incident of like negative energy. You know what I mean? Just negative energy. And that one it didn't even materialize. Like, she was like just like worried about something that could potentially happen. And so I was like, okay, all right. And maybe I just should have set the stipulation. Dank IRL, what up? Oh, I got no content, so but there's been some developments in my life, and you guys have been, apprised of the developments in my life. Um, I'm just saying, like the situation that I'm in, it's kind of weird, you know. Like, you'd have to rewind. You're gonna have to rewind, bro. Um, so now, so I move up there. No job, no Frosty, and then what? And I'm living with my girlfriend. It was great. But then what started happening was she wanted to stream. Okay. We were like making plans to go out on the weekend. And she like assumed that we would stream it. And I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. I'm like, MC Frosty's done here. You know what I mean? But she really, really wanted to. And she always enjoyed being on stream. So I was like, okay, if you want to, we can do that. So I slow rolled back into the MC Frosty show. I believe I was foraging for mushrooms or that kind of thing, going on some e-bike rides and whatever. I thought that was pretty cool for the MC Frosty show. And then, you know, on the weekends, if we were going out, we would stream because and I wanted to do that. I wanted to do that for her. And it was fun. It was fun. But the reason I originally objected to it was like you can't really like I'm concerned about chat affecting you in a negative manner. You know what I mean? Like this has been like a pattern kind of thing. You know what I mean? And also, just so you know, while I was in the tents, because something else happened with chat or whatever, but we had talked about it, and I got her to confirm that she would just ignore chat, but that wasn't evident with the refusing to do the song. So okay, so then we start the MC Frosty show back up. Thank you for the subscription, Shade and Floyd, and yeah. So the show was not quite what it was, you know what I mean? But we did a lot of e-biking, and eventually it turned into Tetris. You know, because it was a family environment, and I didn't want to have the camera on and risk any minors coming on camera or being heard or anything like that. So I did a lot of, you know, I ended up doing a lot of fucking boring ass fucking Tetris streams while I was trying to figure things out. You know, and whatever. So the point of all this is that negative energy was like just to be general, was something that really bothered me. Was really bothered me. And there was other things, and she did start, you know, improving in a few different ways. But there was instances where something negative would happen, and you know, she would just cry like crazy. But anyway, so basically what happened was, you know, in my last week there was a few things that happened. I was really not satisfied with the progress of the MC Frosty show. Again, something that I'd been working on for like 5-6 years or whatever, 7 years. And my finances were finally running dry. You know, I was dealing with the kidney stones as well, And there was a couple specific situations. Like I had like on the last day there, I had an idea. I had an idea for like a business plan for something, and it was just like negative responses to it instead of positive. So, and that wasn't the first time. That wasn't the first time. And anyway, so my point is I I don't know if she's become a more positive person. I don't think so. She's been like holding on to the breakup. She's been holding on to the breakup, but didn't, as I mentioned, but we weren't like, she wasn't hating me or fucking not wanting to talk to me for the first like month and a half after the breakup, and then we stopped texting for like 2 weeks. I just wanted to see how long we could go without texting at that point. And then I broke it, and I texted her after 2 weeks because I've been thinking about her every day. You know what I mean? And just to see how she was doing, and she let me know what was up, and it was nice. And we would casually text from that point on. I lost bad. Well, here's the thing. Like I said, there's reasons why I left. There's reasons why I left, and like none of this would at all stop me from wanting to get back with her. Like, all it has done is provide me information about her. Like it's like, it's like I really got to know her a lot better via these experiences. But eventually I didn't feel there was much progress overall. I was fucking really depressed there, man. And I had to I had to leave for myself, for my fucking sanity. And I lashed out, which is very uncharacteristic of me. And I left that day. So that hurt her. That hurt her very badly. But what I'm saying here is that her and I haven't addressed any of the underlying issues as to why I snapped out. I've just been apologizing and taking all the blame. But then when I heard her on the stream the other night, it's like she's still not taking any accountability for that middle finger thing, and she's like brushing it off. She's brushing it off as a newfie thing that you do with your buds. Ugh. Which is, something I do with my buds too, for fucking around. But that wasn't the situation. So it's like, what is going on in her mind? And now and it's like, now the damage is done. But it wasn't done when we first broke up. She asked me to move back, like fly back. She'd say that she missed me for a while. She'd say that she was lonely and that kind of thing. We never really talked about it except for like maybe the first couple days. And I sent her a long text letting her know exactly what was up in my head. And she did apologize for some things at that point. But like I said, it seems as she's just like sticking to her guns. She's sticking to her guns. So this is what I mean. Like, I feel as though that I've made some fucking significant changes to my life, to my mindset, to just being sober, being in a routine, deprioritizing MC Frosty as my livelihood, as my source of income. Like I got to eat shit at work every once in a while. So, I mean, I'm now like trained a little bit to eat a little bit of shit. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for fucking the way I fucking acted. Like, I realized I was a douchebag. But I've gotten none of that from her. Which is odd. So when she says don't contact her again, you know what I mean? And she's still exhibiting these negative vibes. Like, okay, so like when we first started talking on the phone like a month ago, and I let her know that I wanted to reconcile. Oh wait, hold on, guys. Sorry about that, guys. That's subject matter 2. We have 2 things that I'm talking about today. What up, Courtney Knight? That was part of issue number 2. So where was I? Yeah. So okay, Gravy K. What? Yeah, I saw something here from Whiskey Hoarder. That's who she fell in love with. She misses that guy's women fall in love with a man, then change them into something they don't want anymore, and then leave them. No, I wouldn't say that is the case. I wouldn't say that is the case. I do believe that her negative reactions are a part of her personality, and they're instinctual, and that is who she is. And I just didn't know her that well at the time, and that I took offense to it, and often I felt like I was the problem. And in retrospect now, me looking back, is that yes, I absolutely could have handled those situations differently to make her feel better, which really should have been my priority. But that does not mean that the actual issue of being negative doesn't need to be still addressed and can be worked on. And it was difficult for me. What ended up happening is all this negative energy. I just absorbed it. I didn't necessarily do the things that would have made her happy. I kind of stuck to my guns as well. But what I tried to do was I tried to reassure her that her concerns in these situations weren't directed at her or weren't personal. But it is, for me, especially in a time of transition, especially in a time of trying to figure out a new environment, it was difficult. It was difficult for me to remain positive, especially, like in situations where I'm having new ideas, or like, maybe a job or whatever. And maybe she'd reply with something, negative, about that particular job or whatever. And guys, there's a lot of good things as well, guys. Like she really is a special, beautiful woman. You know what I mean? But I wasn't, I wasn't prepared. And I was going through, like, guys, I almost went fucking bankrupt out there. Okay. Like, legit. I've never gone bankrupt. Legit almost went bankrupt. That's my own fault. Hard to get a job though if you're dealing with kidney stones. Just saying, like, I did apply for a couple, but whatever. Anyway, so there were the last week there was a few different things that happened, and I was fucking depressed as fuck. Okay, I wasn't seeing much improvement, which is now evident. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. When we first started talking, a month ago, okay. So we had a chat, like a 4-hour telephone call, and there was a lot of tears, and there was some anger, and there was a lot of apologies, and that was the first time that there was any negative talk about how I left. It was like pretty obvious that I was a fucking douchebag, and then what I did was pretty shitty. But that was the first time we actually like spoke about it. And that was the first time we spoke on the phone since the breakup. But by the end of the call, it seemed pretty good. It seemed a little bit better. And it was kind of left out like she has to think about some things. And we agreed that we would talk the next day as well. And then in the morning we were texting, and she said she was sad. And so I sent her some flowers. I'd never sent her flowers, and she had coincidentally mentioned in the call the night before that that I never sent her flowers. So I fucking sent her some fucking flowers, and she really seemed to enjoy them. I sent them while I was at work. I just ordered them up on the phone, sent them to her. Now, when I got home from work, okay, what had happened is she watched my previous stream, which was the stream where I was like, I'm not doing okay. And I was, I had two things on my mind, her, and also the fact that I almost fucked up my situation, the co-parenting situation with my baby mama, because I told her off like a week earlier and I felt really bad about it and that kind of thing. I was just like very concerned about that. So throughout that stream, and again, this is before Heartbeats and I started talking again, I went into like shit talk mode, and I was like proposing situations where I was like going to pay for my baby mama's house with my daughter, because their current living condition, they're living with their aunt, with her aunt and their family, and they don't have a lot of space. So I was like, you know what? I'll just sleep on the couch, be Cuckmaster 5000 or something like that. It was like, what I mean? I was just trying to explain the lengths that I would go to get my daughter into a better position. But what Heartbeats took that as was me trying to get back with my baby mama. So, and like, I was just being myself and fucking talking shit. Like, I wouldn't fucking do that. Anyway, Fox Force 5. Yeah. Actually, I think I'm not doing well stream that included a sleep stream, and then I did a stream the next day, like good afternoon. I think that's all in that stream. If you want to go back and listen to it, I was just talking shit. So, and she was upset that I was like budgeting for like how much that would cost and like how much I was like including the car in there. But what I was really doing in my mind, okay, I was like missing Heartbeats hard there. I just wasn't talking about her. I talked about her a little bit throughout that stream, but I just didn't talk about her much, because it was like kind of like my negative emotions those days were like mixed between her and my daughter. But I didn't want to bring Heartbeats into it too much. But what I was really doing was like budgeting the cost to bring her down to Cornwall. I didn't say that, but that's what's going on in my mind. Sounds manic. Yo, I went through a pretty manic phase there. I would say I've been like sad, depressed, but not angry and not hateful. And again, guys, I know I'm laying all this out to you guys, but it's just like, I got to think about things here too. You know what I mean? Like, and like, I'm complete, like I'm saying, all these like situations of negativity that I'm saying. I feel I'm in a much better place to be able to support her throughout these types of feelings, because a lot of these negative feelings had to do with, the MC Frosty show, or related to the MC Frosty show or whatever. That's not even a factor anymore. And like, it's like my priorities are just kind of like, my mind is just in a much better space, even though I've been getting like fucking rejected hard but that's okay. I don't expect her. I don't expect her to take me back, to tell you the truth. But the reasons that she's giving are just showing me that she's still got a lot of negativity. I don't blame her. But then when I hear her like still about the middle finger thing and like brushing it off, like giving the finger to me was not as bad as the words I used to her face, but it still was highly insulting, especially in a public fucking place, especially within my first few weeks of coming out to see her and like in the process of uprooting my entire life for love. And I forgave her for that. I forgave her for that. But as of like 3 days ago, she's not feeling like she was in the wrong. She's not, so it's like, okay. So then I was completely in the wrong. I don't know about that. So anyway, so I gave her flowers that day, and then when we talked that night, it was like that positivity that I tried to put into her life. Like I just wanted to make her feel better, not not sad, and it got completely switched upside down because she was concerned that I actually wanted to get back with my baby mama, and I had to explain to her what I meant, and I don't even think she believed me. I don't think she believed me. So that kind of tarnished my intentions. We still talked, and then we talked on the phone like 2 days after that, the next 2 days, and they were like just like half an hour chats, and then we haven't talked on the phone since then. But I guess like so like I'm saying, the last thing she said to me, which is yesterday, was please do not contact me again. She didn't answer my question if she still loves me, but she said, please do not contact me again. That's a request. That those are magic words for me to leave you the fuck alone. So, and that is what provides closure. I still have like a great amount of love for her, but I ain't gonna harass her. You know what I mean? So it's like, and that's the first time she said anything like we have said our goodbyes and whatever, but first time explicitly saying like leave me alone, like that kind of thing. But her reasoning for that again, she's sticking to how I left and how I broke up. And all I'm saying is if me leaving like that resulted in me ending up in a better place to be able to provide her or any woman with a better version of myself, then that's fucking worth it. And what I'm saying is like, if it's consistent, like she's consistently chosen to look at the negatives or react negatively to these situations. And it's just weird. How when we broke up immediately, like immediately after the breakup, she wasn't angry. She was wanting me back. So where was the damage done? Did it just take time? Did it just take time for her to realize it? Or did something happen which made her give up hope? I know she's been kind of like moving on and whatever, you know. She went on a trip. Whatever, but and that's good. That's good. That's good. See, in my opinion, trying to move on gives you a point of comparison. To me or whatever, you know. And you know, knowing that she's emotional, I understand. Like I'm just saying, I understand how her mind works a little bit better and how she is holding on to these negative aspects. I understand. But I think, well, the unknown, give up. Yeah. Well, I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice at this point, man. You know what I mean? And to tell you the truth, it's easier to accept whenever it's explicitly stated to like leave her alone. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, those are the words. Those are the words. Now, does that make me love her any less? No. Does that make me want? Does that make me not want to be with her? No. It just means that I have to move on. She needed 6 months to process. Well, you know what, dude? I needed time. To process it too, because I was pretty fucking sure when I left that I didn't want to be there. Okay. And that you know, like dudes, I felt like a bum, man. Like I was not a man, you know what I mean? Like I was like, and that, like it was easy to live by myself and like, you know, whatever, but it was a family life, you know what I mean? And I wasn't like I wasn't contributing the way I should. I mean, like I would do things when asked or needed, you know what I mean? Like if she was working, fucking cook breakfast for her, you know, get her coffee ready, fucking, you know, see, I don't want to bring up the other side of the family, you know, but I was doing the responsibilities that you're supposed to do. And that was all fine. You know, I did what I could, but I financially, I was lost. I was lost, and unfortunately, my bills were adding up. So I had a choice. I could stay there and fucking go bankrupt, probably. I still had one surgery to do on my kidney stone, or I could leave the situation, which was making me feel like seriously depressed and also unoptimistic about improvement in terms of negative energy. I was very I was not seeing any much progress. There was some progress in some areas, but not in others. And yeah, and I was fuck man, I was lost. But what happened? What ended up happening was me finding my way, landing in a better spot. Like I've avoided bankruptcy, and I've self-reflected like incredibly. But I don't know if she has, which is weird. It's just fucking weird, man. I don't know. Money over bitches. No. Um, it's just like I have these financial goals and shit. You know what I mean? And these, so it's like it was just a really weird fucking time. But what's happening now? And again, it's like, okay, if you don't want me to contact you, if you want it to be done, that's the way it's got to be. I respect that. But then I just start thinking, like, just the way she's putting it out. Again, it's like uh choosing the negative. But the truth is, she probably doesn't love me anymore. I don't think she even trusts my words, which is odd. So that means I really damaged her impression of me. And it was just weird. Like so yeah, she got upset. She got upset because she thought I wanted my baby mama still. And then what happened? So we talked like 4 days that week, and then I think on the Monday I bought her another gift. It was like a Lush relax kit thing, bath kit and whatever. And then she didn't feel right about accepting gifts from me while she's figuring shit out or talking to someone else or whatever. And she said she needs some space. So I was like, okay. And I wasn't streaming. And I told her that I wasn't going to stream. But then I decided to stream one day. And during that stream, while she requested space from me, she watched the stream while we're not together and got upset about some things that I said. Oh yeah, I made that song for her on that weekend too, but I didn't get a response from her. I didn't even tag her in it. I just put it out, and then I after the stream, right after the stream, while she needs space, she's like very upset over the things that I said on that particular stream. I don't understand. Like, why if you need space from me, why would you prefer to watch me on stream than fucking talk to me? And the information that you gather from that stream, why are you holding onto that when you didn't even give me a chance to fucking talk about it? So again, like what I figure is I put her into an extremely negative mindset, especially opinion towards me. She's not accepting my apologies. Which I don't really understand either. And on top of that, she's picking out negative things from wherever she can. And I still love her. And I wish I could make her feel better. but it's difficult. It's difficult through text. I didn't make her bed. I didn't make her breakfast in bed every day, but a couple times. But I would usually make her breakfast for a sandwich to take for work or whatever. But she did way more for me. She did way more for me. Just so you guys know, like she took very good care of me while I had my kidney stones, and she cooked supper every day, and yeah, she that like she was very caring and very loving in those ways. But anytime there was anytime that like there was something that she didn't like, whether it was me or whether it was to other people, it's like she reacted in a way that was not positive. And that's just what I'm observing right now. And like when you get back together, not that I really have had a breakup and gotten back together, but to me logically, like has she really for the last 5 months, has she really been entirely blaming me? Even though I did let her know exactly everything that bothered me, which led to my decision to leave. And she has said sorry. At that time, she did say sorry for a few things. But yet, again, with that middle finger thing, I was surprised to even hear her bring that up. She was not taking any accountability for that. So I don't know, man, guys. I don't know. Like I wish I could apply all this knowledge that I know about her now and be there for her to help her feel better. But it's just, I don't know. Anyway, so that's what's going on. So I didn't cry. I didn't cry when she sent me the message that she doesn't want to have she doesn't want me to contact her. I respect that decision, and her saying that will help me move on because I have to. Here's a Lang. What up? Oh, I'm just talking about the news. The news is yesterday. Heartbeats. After a little bit of talking, she sent me a message which says, "Please do not contact me again." So, as this heartbeat situation has been a prevalent, subject on the MC Frosty show, I'm just keeping you guys updated on my feelings about that and how this could be. This, as far as right now, this is closure for it. It's the first definitive statement, like "don't talk to me" or "this is over" or well, anything like that. And like I've probably been annoying the fuck out of her with my messages, but it's like they're all positive. They're all positive. But what I'm realizing is that yes, I have changed a lot about myself. Again, being sober, having a routine job, which like basically plugged me back into the real world from this live streaming thing, and actually having money. It's actually a pretty big change in your mindset. Like just being able to feed myself and smoke cigarettes. whenever the fuck I want. Like just those two things. I mean, I got to quit smoking, but just those two things, not having to worry about that. It allows, there's no stress there. There's no stress. So that changes you. When you eliminate stress, it changes you. Well, I am going to stop messaging her because she told me to, and I don't want to harass her like that. Those are magic words, like do not contact me. That's like, okay, I won't. But here's what I suspect. She says don't contact me. I would say it's probably about an 80-20 chance that she's going to watch this stream if she's not watching right now. And like during our conversations, one thing she said, is kind of like, why do I want her back? And she thinks that I just want her back because it's the easy route, because it's the easiest thing to do is for her to just take me back. Like, no, this is extremely difficult. Let's just say we did get back together. Okay. She's out there with her family. I'm here. Now, I don't intend to move back there. So if this was to work out, at some point she would have to move back here. Move down here, which is crazy additional stress to think about. But again, ifs, as of right now, this is done. This is done, guys. So anyway, I just want to let you guys know, like that's what I mean. Like there probably isn't even any other reason to even mention her. Just Jen, what up? Putting in work and staying together through the rough shit is hard. But yeah, if she's saying it, you just got to no contact, move on, and clean slate. Well, yeah. I mean, my heart will remain open to her, and I'm going to respect her decision. See, my perspective, guys, okay, first off, I'm crazy as fuck. I don't know if you guys knew this, okay? But I got some issues, okay? Maybe I am a little manic. Maybe I have a little bit of problem controlling my emotions as well. Usually what happens is like in situations that are negative, I'll fucking try and work it out and bottle up. I'll bottle it up. And then eventually when it gets to a point where I think there's no more progress possible, I fucking snap. And I've now like learned that like I need to realize that way before I snap and like not be a mean asshole and not do or say things that are irreversible or that are, like permanent. So that's something that I've realized as well, because it happened since the breakup as well with my baby mama. I snapped out. And here's a fucking thing. I said way meaner shit to my baby mama than what I said to Heartbeats, and the baby mama has forgiven me. Because the situation with my daughter, that's the second part of today's chat. So I'll get into that in a little bit. But we talked earlier today, and she's like apologizing to me for again bringing negative shit into my life. And I'm like, and right now I'm just like, don't even worry about it. Like, I want to know what's going on with my daughter and that kind of thing. So it's like, in a way, me snapping out on her, like at least let her know how I feel. But I did apologize. So like, but how I feel about this, guys, is like with Heartbeats, before we moved in, we spent 5 weeks real life together. Okay. Honeymoon phase. Let's call that, with some streaming mixed in. And the rest of the relationship was basically through the internet. So either video calls or messaging. Okay. to me, that's not like a real relationship. That's not like reality. That's like, typing instead of talking, or whatever. Okay. And then we spent like 8 months living together before I felt I had to leave. Okay. So the way I view it is if we like that, it's a test. It's a test. Everything's a fucking test. I failed in more ways than I'm letting you guys know. I'm not getting into a lot of the specific details because it'll like reveal like personal details that don't belong on the internet. But yeah, like I could have been a much better man in many ways as well. And I also like the negativity was also, I was absorbing the negative, like I was becoming negative as well about my own life there. So that was like seeping through in everything that I do. Like, somebody who's unhappy, like that's pretty obvious. And that affects everything. And, I was just to the point where I was like, I don't see this progressing. So I left, but I didn't leave and start fucking a bunch of bitches or fucking smoking crack or fucking doing anything. I've like literally been improving my life. And only when I felt I had enough security and enough bankroll saved, and I got my hours for EI, and they're talking about me working next year and I'm getting promoted, and I got my driver's license and all this fucking shit, was I ready to say, yes, I can come back to you, or we can get back together and I can be more of the man that you deserve, or more of the man that you need. And my love is clearly still here for you because I think about her every day, and I'm not even thinking about the negative stuff. Like all the stuff that I've been saying tonight, guys, these are not like shots at her. These are what I've learned about her. These are what I've learned about her. And how I know now more about her and how I can be there for her in these emotional times. But I don't think she either doesn't want to let go, or I've hurt her so bad that she can't let go. I'm boring now and desperate, dude. I'm not. I'm not desperate, man. Some things, bro. Heartbeats and I had a really good connection in the beginning, okay? And I'm like a motherfucking spiritual motherfucker, okay? And that's what I cherish. And like love is something that like is important to me. Now, at the time, I think my judgment was a little cloudy because of the other stresses. It was just affecting everything. And it just so happens that I've improved by the grace of God, by people helping me, putting me in the positions where I can thrive. But what I was saying was, like, if like the hateful things that I said when I left were actually true, I wouldn't have like if I actually hated her and they weren't just like like me lashing out and acting like an asshole to like hurt her feelings or whatever at the time when I'm going to leave. By the way, she agreed to me leaving. When I suggested I was going to leave, she was like, fine, leave. Just so you know. It was like, and that was like, kind of was like, I was like, okay. She wasn't like fighting me on it. More like a heathen. Have you seen my psychedelic streams there? We got pretty connected. Now, at this exact moment, like I'm not craving any relationship. I'm not like, oh fuck, I need to go fucking get a girlfriend. No, I am fucking trying to fight. Well, I was trying to fight for heartbeats, for her love. But takes two to tango. I lost hard, broken heart. Okay, I didn't lose. I spent time. There was a lot of great times with her that I will cherish forever. And then those will never be that can never be taken away. If it so happens that clearly as of right now that we can't work it out, that's fine. That's an experience well worth it, especially because of the developments I made since, which only would have been possible if I left, which is fucking crazy. And if I do ever choose to be in another relationship, I'm a better man now. Like, you know what I mean? Just getting the MC Frosty show to a lesser degree in my life while filling that up with a job makes me a better man for a relationship. Like the MC Frosty show is like fucking, you know what I mean? Single welfare bum. Masturbates. Druggy. You know what I mean? Sick Tetris player. Yeah, I played way too much Tetris out there, by the way. So yeah, guys, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not making excuses. But like, it was a challenging transition for me. Even having a job the first month was challenging. You know what I mean? Like, it's weird. It's weird. Like, I would have issues with heartbeats suggesting me to do things or wishing I would do something or change something. You know, and I'm not saying like telling me what to do, but okay, we'll say that, telling me what to do. And not all the time, but sometimes. And yet I willingly go to a job where I'm told what to do all day. And sometimes not nicely if I'm fucking up. But I accept it. So it has been a little bit of an ego reducer having a job, especially an entry level position where I literally have to do whatever they say. Move those boxes. Yeah, I'll clean my room at some point. Just you change for the right one, but sometimes you change for yourself. Well, I definitely changed for myself. I had to do something. Financially. Cause like, guys, in my 20s, I racked up some debt. It's like 10, 15K. And I just let it go. I just changed my phone number and moved and all that shit. Changed my bank account. And those motherfuckers never got paid. So they were unsecured loans. So I So I had to wait 7 years before it came off my credit report or whatever. Now, I don't know. You know what I mean? Maybe I would have got lucky out there if I would have stayed and look for the right kind of job or whatever. But I'm pretty comfortable with what I got right now, and I've avoided repeating that same mistake. And if you want to fucking get a house sometime, you need credit, a good credit. Like my literally my credit score has rebounded since last month. I'm at like 621 or 641 or something like that right now. Like, and I dodged a payment. The highest it's ever been is like 720, and now it's back to like 620 or 640, and it's fucking and I dodged a payment for like 9 months or something. Please tell us the names you called her. I didn't call her names. I don't really want to say all the shit that I said. Nah. I'm not going to do that. But it was pretty mean. They confiscate money from my account. Yeah, what is the difference between that and just making payments? What's the difference? Does it matter who initiated it? As long as I have it, right? Which I do. There's literally no difference. And by them doing this and starting it now, instead of me just waiting till whenever the fuck I feel like it, it's actually saving me interest. So I don't have negative feelings about that. But that's pretty much all I got to say. So yeah, she's told me not to contact her, so I won't. So as of right now, it's like done. However, if she's watching this stream right now, while asking me not to contact her, that's fucking weird. That's fucking weird. Why would you tell me not to contact you, but yet want to know what I have to say? She was in the chat? What? Green Eye Monster, what up? No name, what up? I don't see her. Like an hour ago. No. Was she? Really? No, I don't think they need a court order. She said, keep using me for content. Really? No, here's what I'm doing. I'm using my real life for content the same fucking way that I've done it the entire time. But like, interesting. Interesting. Let me go back. Can I go back? You. Does it go back? Does chat go back? Chat doesn't go back, I guess. Yeah, so okay. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Yeah, she hasn't. I unmonitored her when we broke up, and I also blocked her or whatever. Not blocked her, but hit her. But then I unhit her, and she hasn't been in chat since. Keep using me for content. I like. Why would you even tune in? That's what I don't understand. That's what I don't understand. Keep using her for content. I mean, like, she's a part of this show. What am I being? Am I being like? I'm not being hateful. Like, streaming relationships are literally impossible. Right. But the MC Frosty, I just don't understand. I just don't understand that aspect of it. I'm not like trying to offend her. Like, she literally brought up on her stream the other day that whole middle finger cunt thing. She literally said that. Like, out of nowhere. I just don't understand. Like, she needed space previously, and tunes in and doesn't like what I have to say. It's but either way, I will continue. Like, this isn't the only thing I'm going to talk about today. I'm pretty much done talking about this. So I'm just giving you guys an update. I'm just letting you guys know how I feel. Like, I mean, that was a pretty big chapter. That was a pretty big chapter in the MC Frosty show. Is that relationship? She was in much content that she wanted to be in, that she loved being in, and that we had great times in. I'm not being like, keep using her for content Oh shit. She almost ended Frosty. No, I almost ended myself in terms of finances and happiness. But like, it makes no sense. If okay, like if you don't want me in your life, then why the fuck are you watching? Why are you spending why why would you choose in your free time to watch me? She added to the streams. Well, here's a couple options. So she can be mad at me. So that she has an extra reason to think negatively about me, because you know what I mean. When you look back, I don't know how many of you guys been in like long-term relationships or whatever. I mean that was like a year and a half or whatever. But like when you look back at like your old relationships, it's like kind of like a binary thing. Like you're either gonna look back fondly at the times, or you're gonna look back negatively. Probably more often than not, it's negative. Like, I have every fucking reason to look back on that negatively and to have never even fucking like talked to her again after I left. You know what I mean? But what's happened is being away from that environment and having, and I'm gonna say sobriety has affected this as well. I've been able to reevaluate the situation with a clear head, and accept where my faults were in the situation. And like, yeah, I realize I'm talking like this, and it's not going to do anything. It's not going to do anything for the relationship. That's fine. She already like told me not to contact her again. I will continue to use the MC Frosty show to show you guys how I feel. Some of you have been like invested in my fucking story for the last like 4 or 5 years. You know what I mean? She's trying to censor me. No. But that's what I'm saying, guys. Like, I'm fairly certain I'm operating out of love right now. You know what I mean? Like everything I've been doing lately has been out of love. Because I'm pretty fucking sure that if given the chance again, I would be able to help her with those negative emotions from where I am now. And that's simply like she is complex. She's a complex, very sensitive. I'm also sensitive, but she's a very sensitive, complex woman who also has a lot of love in her heart. And I understand her better now which is, and I understand myself better. Oh yeah, I was getting to this point earlier. So like when relationships go through tough times, I was saying it was a test. I feel as though relationships need to be tested. And if they're going to be like marriage type shit, you know what I mean? Like long term, like lifelong commitment. And the sooner in a relationship you go through like real hard shit and you maybe see your significant other's worst side, if you're able to survive that, that's like a good sign that you'll be able to survive through anything, which is what most relationships these days don't like, and marriages and shit like that, they don't work out, right? Like the divorce rate is like what, almost like higher than staying together. But there has to be significant changes, and there has to be a willingness to become better. And I hate to say it. But if you fucking hate me, and you're fucking still tuning into me, that's not good. Like if you're coming on here and thinking like, yes, this is content. It was fucking content when we fucking fought at the fucking Royal Regatta too. What? I'm not trying to offend. Like that's the thing. I'm not trying to offend her. It's so weird. I'm talking to you guys. She shouldn't be tuning in if she told me not to contact her again. Why? What was the point in telling me not to contact you again if you're still going to fill your mental energy with me? So you can, because you're choosing to be mad. I haven't said anything that hasn't already been said on stream. And if you listen to what I'm saying, this is all positive. And if I'm going to be blunt, holding on to negative emotions in such a manner is fucking unhealthy. And it's going to it's going to negatively affect everything, whether I'm there or not. Get my mental energy off of Frosty. Oh, breakups the hardest part with streaming relationships. Like I didn't even. I never wanted a streaming relationship. Like, I wanted to keep that shit separate, but she was a great addition to the MC Frosty show. She was an amazing addition to my personal life, though. Until the negative energies started affecting me. and I already had my own negative energies that I was dealing with aside from her. Occasional. But as we can tell, she hasn't even let go of the fucking middle finger cunt thing. And she doesn't feel she did anything wrong in that situation. Which means that she didn't really fully consider my point of view of that situation. And the way that situation went down is she reacted automatically without knowing my side of the story. But I talked to her first just to confirm how she reacted. And then I reacted negatively. But in retrospect, now that I know, I would never leave her on a fucking dance floor by herself again. And I probably wouldn't take the middle finger so seriously. But where I come from, if someone's fucking mad and they give you the finger, that's a fuck you, which is, some dude at a bar fucking doing it. Okay, that might be fighting words. Those might be fighting words. But your fucking significant other doing it, that's hurtful. That's hurtful shit. Especially when you've uprooted your life for that person. Although at that point, I hadn't uprooted my life. It was in the first few weeks of being there. I hadn't completely moved out, but that was, And it all comes down to how you measure the severity of what the other person has done to upset you, right? So I did break up with her previously because I didn't like how she reacted to something. Okay. Now, if I was her, maybe I wouldn't have taken me back. Well, I took her back. This is what I'm saying. So it's like, I was able to be forgiving. But she's not willing to be. And again, I would understand not being forgiven in this situation if I was exhibiting the same type of behavior that I exhibited out there. If she literally wasn't if we weren't literally talking, texting almost every day for up to a certain point, and she was witnessing, she's probably watching my streams too, and witnessing the growth. I would say that my temperament, since I've gotten this job, has been quite a bit different than any other time during this MC Frosty or in my life for at least the last 7 years. You know what I mean? Do you guys I don't know? Do you, largely from you guys, it's been supportive. It's been supportive. Frosty, you're doing great. You seem healthy. You know what I mean? And you guys are a great source of feedback. When you sift through the fucking inside Lune Martel. Now, in terms of like, no, I didn't get the job for her. I got the job to like get myself out of the tent. But that was the plan. That was the plan. I was going to get a job out there. It just didn't happen. And just fucking horseshoe up my ass, man. First job I tried to get out here with my buddy. And he did it for me. And I happened to not fuck it up. Which I'm sure was a surprise to many of you. But once I had the job, and once I've, like, you know, like I could have been doing a whole shitload of cocaine, guys, over the last fucking 4 months if I wanted to. Aside from the drug testing shit, that's possible. But, you know, instead of smoking weed on the weekends, I could have been doing fucking 8 balls or something, you know what I mean? Or whatever. But you know what I've been doing? Taking my daughter out on fucking trips. Paying child support. And eating. And gambling a little bit. But that's recreational. I talk too much about the same shit. I haven't like really. Okay, I'll move on to the next topic there. So as the whole point of this, guys, is that she has told me to stop contacting her, which I need to respect, which essentially forces me to get over it. It like kills the hope. But then she comes and watches the stream. So what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? And I'm sorry, like I haven't said anything that hasn't talked about anything that hasn't been on stream before. I've been keeping like the personal shit private. But like she's likely living a very isolated life right now, and if she is overcome with these negative emotions still, she might need a little bit of a reality check and realize that these thoughts that she's having about me that make me seem like a bad person, we all have moments. We all have moments where we're fucking not at our best. And I was at like pretty much my lowest. And if she thinks that she was like perfect, that was not the case. We both needed to grow from that. But if you don't want me, that's fine. That's fine. Next topic. But then the relationship is over. You know what, man? Like I fall in love and I love I've had relationships so seldomly in my life that I do tend to have difficulty letting go. But that's because I actually love. I love myself. Okay. So I do have standards of how I like to be treated. I have standards for the type of energy that I choose to have surround me, that I choose to involve myself in. I make the efforts to communicate this. But if it isn't going to get better, then a change needs to happen. And in this situation, I absolutely needed to change my life in order to provide any woman with a man that they deserve. And who knows? Maybe at some point I will be ready to pursue another relationship at some point. Who knows? But my perception of this situation is that we've learned a lot about each other. Okay. And that can only make the relationship stronger if it were to survive, which doesn't seem like it will. But either way, I hope she's listening. And again, this is just out of love. And even if it's not, even if what I'm saying is not going to apply to, our relationship, she should still at least listen and realize that she needs to choose to look at the bright side of things and realize that not everything out there is against her. And my camera went off. Being dudes, I'm just saying. She told off a customer service worker for a fucking tour boat. So much so that their boss needed to call me. That's not really a good personality trait. I mean, she did get us on the tour. Okay, so congrats. You got what you wanted. But it's being nice. That's loving. I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, that's amazing if she is watching. That's incredible. That boggles my mind. That boggles my mind. How you wouldn't want to have real life communication. You'd prefer to watch me and get angry. That's incredible. and she thinks that I'm making content out of this. No. No. I rarely make content. I show people, I influence people, whether it's you or whether it's any of these 53 people watching. I'm explaining what I've learned as a fucking growing work in progress in this life. I've literally shown these people who I very much appreciate. I also have a temper, south to west. She's usually very, very nice and sweet. But yes, I've always thought she's a little spicy. But I've literally shown people that it's possible to survive doing this fucking shit on welfare, okay, and run for mayor and still go after fucking crazy shit, okay? And within the last year, and on top of that, somehow meet an amazing person. Like, yes, we all have faults. I exhibited some of mine. She's exhibited some of hers. And okay, so like being a complete bum and still finding a special someone in this world. And on top of that, for all you people out there who are fucking depressed about your financial situation or whatever the fuck is going on, you can still improve your life. I was in a tent. I still only have 3 suitcases of belongings. I was in a tent 4 months ago, 5 months ago. Homeless, legitimately homeless. And somehow I pulled myself out of it. So if anything, I hope to give people hope. You're like, fuck. Hope and love. That's the thing. Like I can look at this relationship any way I choose. Okay? We're 5 months out of the relationship, something like that. Okay, that's enough time. Okay? At first I didn't put a lot of thought. Like within the first couple days, because I texted her and let her know exactly what was going on through my mind. Okay. And I wasn't even mean about it or anything. I have not even been close to as mean as I was that day. It was like literally uncharacteristic of me. It was almost like survival. Like I was fucking depressed. Okay. And maybe I didn't need to say the things that I did. They weren't even true. Because if I actually believed the things I said, I would have never spoken to her again. And like, if you actually hate me, why are you even paying attention to me? I don't, you know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know. Move on. Yeah. So I can choose to look at the good sides of it. Either way, it's not in my control. But like, it's just that I genuinely believe that there is something there that is worth at least trying. It's worth at least trying for. And as I said, if this relationship, which, I'm delusional, but if it was to survive this, in my mind, it can't get worse. It can't get worse than what that was. It's only up. And that's a good sign for relationships to stay together forever. And as I said, this is not the easy road. This is not the easy route. I'm basically fighting for like the most difficult path. Because not only is there going to be like geographical, logistical obstacles, I'm in a deep hole here, guys. I'm in a deep hole. I mean, I got a lot of love to prove. Be a man, move on. Okay. Like, okay, like I'm talking about this because this is a new development, okay? And as I said, this could provide closure. This could provide closure to this chapter of the MC Frosty show. Now, me personally speaking, uh, the love I have for her is going to remain. I will always care for that chick. You know what I'm saying? Now, that doesn't make me want to go search someone else out. I don't know what you mean by move on, just like get over it and just get on with things. Like, like dudes. Okay. Let's say I get back to like, I move on. I get back to fucking free flowing Frosty mode. We go out partying. If she's getting mad that I'm just talking about this right now on the stream, what happens when I start bringing chicks on this stream? How's that going to make her feel? Not good, probably. So this is what I mean. Like, who needs to move on? Who needs to move on? Because it's literally counterproductive to to ask me to stop contacting you, but then come and watch my streams. I'm not going to pick up some chicks inside Lou Martell, but like if I go do bar content or I dye my hair blue again or something like that, like more often than not, we would have females interacting. You know what I'm saying? Like, Montreal fucking stream as an example. Like you guys were like offering chicks $10 to kiss me. And then that fucking crackhead came out and fucking was looking for drugs. And she like took me outside and we made out. You know what I mean? It happens occasionally. But what I'm saying is that like something it's just weird. And like I I really believe, like, I'm pointing out all this negativity shit. It's good that she was watching, but I'm pointing out this negativity shit because she probably needs to hear it. Because the type of person she is generally a very positive person until there's something she takes personally, or she's like kind of like there's something she wants. Then she gets emotional, which is probably pretty normal. But you feel a lot better if you like look at the bright side. Choose to look at the bright side. Recognize that a situation that like every situation has its positives and negatives. Like for the middle finger cunt thing, instead of giving me the finger, if she would have just came over and asked, why did you leave? Or just told me, I wish you wouldn't leave me on the dance floor or whatever. That's just a much more positive and productive way to resolve an issue. And I mean, I'm a master of holding grudges. You know what I mean? Like I hold grudges against my sister. I hold grudges against the Tommy McKay. I fucking whatever, you know? So I know how it is. But it really does destroy the soul. She's a woman, they be emotional. Right. Am I proud of that? Um, you know what? If I had the opportunity, which I probably do, I would probably apologize to my sister. I probably would. At least for the diss track celebrating her fucking double mastectomy. I would at least apologize for that. I would be open to a conversation with Tommy. Okay. And you know what's involved with these types of apologies, though, guys? Because I've incorporated them into the MC Frosty show. I would have to take down those diss tracks. Maybe we should stop holding these grudges. Yeah. Maybe I will, dudes. I'm really not close. I'm really not too close with my immediate family anymore. So I could probably dole out a whole bunch of apologies. Physical copies of MC Frosty discography. I better get your downloads. Okay, so I guess I don't really have too much more to say on the heartbeat situation. As I said, this could be, it might be it, guys. Like that's a hard reality when someone tells you not to contact them anymore. So I just wanted to let you guys know that I am going to respect that. I also wanted to inform you guys on just a few of the details because I'm glad she was watching because, like I said, we had not addressed anything as to why I felt the way I did when I left. Okay. And if that is the issue that she is sticking to, how I left, what I said, how I've stepped up to her and intimidated her, I guess. Those will never get resolved until the underlying issues are resolved. And if she is not willing, if she's not willing to change, you know what I mean? If she feels that she was 100% correct in every situation that made me feel the way I did, I do also see my fault in how I handled her concerns as well. So it's like, and that's part of getting to know. That's part of getting to know each other. I'm just saying, like it just seems like there's a lot of knowledge about each other, which is very difficult to acquire in a relationship. Like all of that happened within 8 months of us living together or whatever. In other relationships that I've had, they've gone like, well, let's just say one other relationship I had, it went about 3 years before there was a big problem. And I'm just like, the sooner the better. But if you hate me, there's nothing I can really do about it. But if you're going to hold that hate, like I could choose, like I said, I could choose to focus on all of the negativity and justify my actions. But you don't learn about yourself that way. It does take two to tango in a relationship. Frosty knows this is insane. You're still watching though, no name. Why are you still watching if this is insane? All right. So that's where I stand. If it, if it, as of right now, it's over, and I didn't cry. I didn't cry when I read that. I respected it. I respect it. But the way it was presented to me, makes no sense. It makes no sense. The way things have happened. So the damage is done. But you still watch every one of my streams. You still want to hear what I have to say. You still want to focus on someone who damaged you. Right there is the problem. It's choosing negativity. And dudes, I pointed out some areas in her life where she was being obviously negative, and she actually listened to me and improved on that. And just that alone, just that one little piece of that influenced some change in her behavior was worth the entire fucking experience, negatives and positives. If that one, she would know what I'm talking about. That one thing. And if there was nobody there to witness it and tell her about it, and her actually listen to what I had to say, then that change never would have happened, and it would be like a far more negative situation there. Ignoring negatives is why Frosty will never change. I'm not ignoring negatives. I'm not ignoring negatives. Quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. But when people deal with negative situations with anger, such as I did, I reached a point of true anger on the day that I left. Okay? If you don't realize that was wrong. And honestly, dudes, for a while I was like, oh, I did what I had to do. I did what I had to do. You know, I mean, I had to leave. I did what I had to do. But when Heartbeats and I spoke on the phone, and like she was like crying and shit over the stuff that happened like 4 or 5 months earlier, I could like, that's when it really hit me that I did something wrong. Like I did not expect her to still be carrying that much pain. Do I regret it? I do regret hurting her feelings. But I do not regret leaving. Only because I've been able to actually make the most out of it. Unfortunately, I don't think she's made the most out of it. Not unfortunately for me. Unfortunately for her. Don't be a fool. She complains about everything. Fakes pain to manipulate him to get. No. It's not faking. News story. Talk about how we met. HP's life is falling apart. I don't even know what's really going on in her life. But I know that she's sad.
An anonymous donated $3. Frosty, move on to the next streamer groupie in line. HB and No Name traveled to meet you IRL. No Name's turn is up.
Thank you, Anonymous. Very gracious, very generous. Yeah. And well, see, me and No Name, when the camera went off there in the hotel, we got pretty intimate. He almost raped me with his knife. No, he did almost fuck up a security guard though. I remember looking deep into No Name's eyes, all fucked up on shrooms after we turned the camera off, and I was like, "Yo, man, this is Jordan. It's Jordan, bro." I think we hugged. I was so fucked up. I thought he was gonna kill me, man. That was a weird fucking night doing shrooms with like a random fucking viewer. And like, honestly, I thought like, I was like fresh onto IP2. And I was like, is IP2 trying to fucking infiltrate me? Are you trying to fucking code my, clone my phone or something? Yeah. Oh no, guys, that night made this fucking shit real. That was crazy. That night affected me. That some random person would come and save my ass. That was fucking incredible. Thank you. No Name is definitely not a girl. I think there's still a stream up about that. You'd have to go back to Brampton, search Brampton, I think, on my shit. Most people in here didn't even see that stream. Yeah, it was still up. Moved on from Heartbeat. Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't think there's too much more I can say. Again, I'm like befuddled. I'm befuddled that she would tune into this stream. Think I'm using her for content. Like, I don't think she realizes that she willingly made herself part of the MC Frosty show and made our relationship. That was her decision to be displayed in this way. And when I watch her stream and I see who's all in chat, where did those viewers come from? I'm the one that keeps bringing her up. Yeah, because this is the first subject of today's stream, and it's a new development, guys. Like, it might be over for real. So I've accepted that. Okay. This is called closure. I was when I started the stream, I expected it to be closure. But then she popped into chat. She popped into chat. It makes no sense. What up, Novak? Listen, dude. A chance at love. A chance at love. Like I said, man. If I didn't actually love her, I wouldn't feel this way after this amount of time. And what that shows me, what that tells me is the state of mind that I was in was like a temporary, like when I left, I said the mean and hateful things. It was like a temporary mindset. It wasn't real. It was like almost like a defense mechanism. And having time away and being able to really think about it, sometimes you come to the conclusion that you made a mistake in terms of how I acted. I don't blame her. I don't blame her for not wanting to have anything to do with me. But clearly you do if you're still tuning into me. And clearly you do if you're not letting go of the shit that's fucking hurting. And the only real way, if you don't want to just let it go, the only real way to fix that, okay, is to work it out. And sometimes that takes time. Like, but you know what I mean? The point I was making earlier is that she has the instincts to react to things negatively. Now, for instance, when she gave me the finger that day, I could have laughed it off. I didn't have to react to it negatively. Except I have a real big issue with being treated in an unloving manner by the person that I'm with. However, we were able to talk it out. Face to face. I was able to forgive and learn from that situation. And that was for her because I loved her and myself. Chinoa, what up? Well, okay. If Heartbeats overreacts, okay, her overreactions were like small time compared to how I overreacted. It's like I took all of the negative energy that I had like observed and like accepted, and I just like threw it back in her face. But okay. I'll just move my entire life instead of these $6. That is hilarious. That is hilarious. It's been a wild ride, Flat Ronnie. It's been a wild ride, but here we are now. What is happening now? You should rewind, Shanoa, but just to give you a brief, Cole's notes. Yesterday, Heartbeats sent me a message after a little bit of going back and forth that she no longer wishes me to contact her. So that is the new development in this story that has been going on. Starting with our first trip to Montreal and continuing on to me moving my life in with her, to me leaving in a rage, to me crying intensely like 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago or something. And here's the latest update is that there's actually some like finality here, because when, as I said, those are magic words. When someone says do not contact me, I respect that, and I abide by that. And I also, but apparently she was in chat earlier. I didn't see it. Apparently she was in chat. Well, yeah, that, see, when there's final statements like that made, I find it's easier to accept. But what I wanted to come on here and explain to you guys is that it's very weird. And what is weird about this is that throughout the last few weeks, there was between her and I, it was just me taking the blame. Apologizing. At no point did her and I discuss what caused me to feel the way I did when I left. And I want to let you guys know that while I am, disappointed that it's likely not going to work, I'm still going to fucking want her. But she can't. I don't know if she takes no accountability. I just don't understand. I don't understand. Yeah. Like, if I actually hated her, if I actually looked down at her throughout this whole thing, you guys fucking know what I do with people I don't like on the MC Frosty show. I've been pretty fucking respectful. And it's because I care. And again, like if I wouldn't have actually exhibited some type of change in my life, or if I would have been acting a goddamn fool the last few months, you know what I mean? Like going out, meeting new people, fucking hookers, doing coke all the time, fucking, coming on here, like just being a degenerate. If I wouldn't feel that I can actually be a better, like, because I know where I went wrong. That's what I mean. That, like, the ultimate goal in a relationship is to be the best you possibly can for the other person, right? And yourself. And while I was in it, it would have been very difficult for me to like have a clear mind to self-reflect. It's like it was necessary. And this life ain't fucking easy. But I mean, she can do whatever she wants at this point, you know what I mean? But to me, she cares a little bit. It seems like she cares a little bit, at least. Why would she come and stream? Charles Banks. What's up with the streaming stuff again? I thought you said goodbyes. Yeah, I did. And I stopped for 2 weeks, and then I decided to accept the MC Frosty is a genuine part of me. Like, I am MC Frosty. Jordan is MC Frosty. And I do enjoy streaming. And I do enjoy influencing you guys in however that is. Even if it's, to hear me talk about chicks. Someone probably DM'd her and said you were going on about her for 2 hours. She still has the option to tune in, though, right? Stop contacting me. I don't want to see your text messages anymore. I don't want to see your text messages anymore. I don't want to hear what you have to say, Jordan. I'd rather watch you say it and not feel bad about ignoring you. Makes no sense. No, I'm not trying to get her back. I'm trying to actually give this some closure. Like, unless there was positive developments in the situation, I don't see any other reason to even mention her after this. But you guys need to know how I feel. You guys need to know how I feel. You guys like hearing how I really feel. I'm not begging to get her back, dude. Whether I accept it over or not, okay? I've proven to myself that I genuinely care about her. That I genuinely wish the best for her. Okay? I really wish for her soul that she would at least forgive me, regardless if we got back together or not. At least forgive me and not hold that Yes, I would take her back, and I would probably like dudes, I don't find relationships very often. You know what I mean? I don't find people that I really like and that I really connect with very, very often. Okay? In my past, here and there, I've had some casual hookups and whatever, but there hasn't been like a real good connection with that. So like that ain't gonna fucking, like, there was two possibilities after the breakup. Either I would like forget about her, or I would not forget about her. You know what I mean? And if I don't forget about her, okay, then there's two options. from there. There's hate her or love her. Okay? So I could choose to hold on to those feelings that I had on those last days or last week that I was there, which were building from like I said, just to generalize, it was like being exposed to negative energies, a negative person. Okay. Which I wasn't expecting. And I wasn't prepared for, due to me trying to rebuild myself there, where I already had nothing except for love. But you know what I mean? Like everything, like the MC Frosty show was changing into something that was not really that good. My debt was fucking building up. My fucking kidney stones were like fucking unbearable. These are all plus, and then I would get blamed for or things that I would do would be misinterpreted or whatever. And I was causing my significant other pain. So it was tough to deal with. It was tough. While we're still getting to know each other, basically. Like shit changes, dudes. I don't know if you guys been in relationships there, but when you move in with somebody, guys, shit changes. Okay? And this is speaking from experience. Okay? And again, like I willingly got thrust into that situation, not being very experienced in relationships and not having one in a long time. So it was a challenging emotional time for me. But I recognize the challenges within myself, and it just so happens that I've been able to overcome a lot of the challenges since I left, and I feel much better about myself, much more aware of like how I need to be in order to make her happier. And dudes, there's only one way to figure that out, and shit has to hit the fucking fan, all right? Shit has to hit the fan, and shit hits the fan in every fucking relationship, right? Now, what I also learned about myself is that I'm a bit of a quitter. Okay? And having a job has helped me with that. Because I haven't quit. And do I really, like, I'm not doing something that I'm passionate about. There's been challenges. I've gotten in shit. I've been, which means like I've had my superior like upset with me, and I just have to eat it. You know what I mean? So I showed myself that I can handle somebody who's directly giving me negative energy. Okay. Not personal. It's not personal. It's just like work related or whatever. But still, I have to fucking, yes, boss. Yes. Sorry, boss. I'll do better, boss. Oh, give me that hose. And I've also proven to myself that I'm willing to take shit and deal with it for the greater good. For the greater good, which in my employment situation is the money. But I think I could have been a little more tolerant. I could have been a little more tolerant in the relationship had I prioritized love more in my life rather than, let's just say, holding on to the MC Frosty show or trying to, I mean, if I would have put more energy into growing the love rather than growing the MC Frosty show, or if just, you know what I mean? Because what I've done now, I'm proving to myself, is that I've focused more on building my bank account rather than the MC Frosty show. Even though, like, maybe I'm not delivering the best content, but some people enjoy my work stories. Some people, no, I'm not fired yet, Beaver. Onyx, what up? Yeah, I'm just wrapping it. I'm wrapping up the HB stuff here. I'm just responding to comments. But yeah, no, that's basically it, guys. So it's like, I can accept it being over. I can accept that. I don't really have much of a choice. But that doesn't change anything about me knowing that I'm a better version of myself, at least for relationships. And I also wanted to just let people know you do have the choice. You do have the choice to on how to respond to offensive or insulting or hurtful situations. You always have the choice. You have the choice on your outlook. And in my experience, unless you're choosing to make diss tracks or you're trying to publicly expose someone, it is better to look at the bright side of things. And like I was saying, I wasn't all bad. And she wasn't all good. But she, to me, especially because of the hardships that we've gone through and how I feel that has spurred significant life changes in my, like, she's like a gift from the universe, which was like only made possible because of this MC Frosty show. Anyway, did I dream about Tetris? No. It's better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all. Exactly. Exactly. As long as you learn from that loss. Oh, yeah, his chat is hilarious. I don't know if she loves me, man. I don't know if she loves me. I do know she loved me at one point, and I also know that true love doesn't go away that easy. And true love can manifest itself in a variety of ways, especially if you're upset. It can but like there's got to be something there. There's got to be something there. Like I would not tune in. I would not turn on a stream for anyone that I don't like. Okay, first off. Why would you do that? You just want to know what I have to say? Then why would you want me to stop contacting you? Stevie Strange. If I could only reignite that first spark. There is nothing more in the world I would want with her than to create a brand new spark from my new, not new, my improved outlook on life. But that's not going to happen. That would never happen if while someone is holding a grudge. You know what I mean? And maybe I deserve it. Like I'm not like expecting her to like come back to me. Like that's what I mean. Like this is, if nothing else happens there, this is the closure of that chapter. She closed it yesterday. Courtney Knight, V-neck, what up? She doesn't want you, bro. Restraining order incoming. Well, that's why I respect. That's why I respect when someone said, like I said, those are magic words. Please do not contact me. That is like, okay. Only HB could love this dork. I got a different opinion of myself than what I've projected to you guys on the MC Frosty show. I do feel that me leaving my YouTube channel up could deter many females in the future if I so decide to pursue a relationship again. However, the right one will be cool with it. And I also think I need to be like a little more Frosty off screen. You know what I mean? Like just a little more energetic, a little more fun, a little more talkative. I really. See, I always look down. I always look down at MC Frosty, just as you should. You know what I mean? I tried to show negative things about me. I exploit the negative things about me. You know what I mean? The pathetic things about me. And that's why that goddamn Ariana Marie fucking whole situation, that was like art, in my opinion. That was so pathetic. That was so pathetic. And then I ended up getting scammed. But it was so on brand. You know what I mean? Like, just the mere fucking suggestion of paying $1,000 for a 15-minute Skype to you guys when I did it on the first stream, that set you guys off. And I loved it. And I loved it. When I built that shit up, I was like, oh yeah. Now it sucked that she didn't come through with it. I guess. But that just added to this. That just added to the script. That made it even more pathetic that I got ripped off for it. She was probably watching, if I had to guess, and she purposely fucked with me. Harry and his boyfriend's with that. Well, I didn't think you guys were going to come through with it, okay? Like I thought that was outrageous. But you guys came through on it. That was the crazy shit. And like, what? You guys shame me so hard when I first suggested it. Landon too. He's like, you should be putting $1,000 in a fucking your daughter's school fund. Shit like that. When Landon starts giving that kind of advice, you know it's fucking. When Landon tells like that, you know it's fucking content, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like the worse you guys reacted to that, the more I knew it was an awesome idea. Just like running for mayor, dudes. You know what I mean? Like that was fucking craziness. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm here for. Like, you know? That's what the MC Frosty show's been about, dudes. Like, I didn't smoke meth on stream to fucking look good, by the way. You're not banned. Want another mayoral run? If I'm working this job, that's not going to happen. There's just conflict of interest for running for political office while working for this company. So, and I make more. Working this job, the mayor, and my main platform idea of getting rid of the Cornwall Police Service and getting them replaced by the OPP, Ontario Provincial Police. The council right now has already been investigating that and doing feasibility reports. So, fuck them. And from what I hear, Chief Shauna Spowert, she's not doing a very good job. Pull a Nate the Roxbury with a boombox outside the window. Yeah. Still want me to fight Townsdale? he would kick my ass. But I've never been in a real fight. And maybe we could train and have a little charity bout. That would be amazing. Towndale stole my ideas, though. Well, my idea for the police service, that was a little personally motivated, but it did also make fiscal sense. I was I researched it pretty good, but in retrospect, I should have went ape shit at that fucking debate. Like, you know what I mean? When they're asking about the fucking like storage tanks, chemical storage tanks, like nobody gives a fuck about that shit. I should at least wear a Speedo or at least a fucking like tracksuit and like just ripped it off. Anyway. I probably could have actually got famous. But it was that was the thing. That was the thing. I was like, I had a personal vendetta against the Cornwall Police Service, and like, I'm happy to say that my platform idea is still being attempted to be implemented. It's not the first time though they've tried to do that, by the way, or they've looked into it. So ultimately, it doesn't matter if I won or not. They're still doing it, and that's as far as I could have got it. So whatever. 55K. It was just fun, man. That was just so fun, and like, you know what I mean? Just running Facebook ads on a mayoral campaign video where Nancy's macing my asshole and I'm snorting a bunch of hot sauces and fucking, in my Speedo. That was fucking amazing. And you guys like helped make that possible. Like, you know what I mean? Like I was doing it as much for you guys as I was for me. You know what I mean? Like I was trying to make that a weird fucking situation. And I even like accepted all of the fucking shit talk about me. You know what I mean? Like there are people going on my Facebook comments calling me a crackhead and shit, which I wasn't at the time, but if you look back, maybe a little bit. You know what I mean? And I wasn't doing anything. I wasn't like coming back on them. I wasn't like insulting them back. Normally I would just troll the fuck out of them, or like, make a diss track on those people. But I let the people speak. I knew what I was. And who knows? Maybe I inspired someone to run for mayor next time. I did it on welfare, dudes. I ran for mayor on welfare, and I survived them trying to kick me out. Fuck, man. That was legendary. But like, if I was just some like normie Tetris streamer, like, who with a job or whatever, just like running for mayor, that wouldn't have had the same fucking pizzazz. You know what I mean? If I would have had, even if I would have just had my normal hair color, you know what I mean? And I still got some votes. I got 2% of the vote. Oh, wait. Yeah, 2% of the vote. That was the same that Chris Sky, when he ran for mayor of Toronto, he also got 2% of the vote. Next topic. Okay, so the heartbeats thing, I guess we'll put that to bed. There's honestly, unless the situation changes, there's really no reason for me to speak about her on this show again. I respect her decisions. I hope, she gets more positive. And I hope and I wish her the best. Yeah, somebody called me a crackhead on Facebook. Okay, so the next situation. So this is subject matter number 2. Amber, what up? She hurt me, Frosty. I was hurt. So I left the situation. And I didn't come back to Cornwall and stew in my pain. I did cry on stream. I monetized my sadness there for one stream. And you guys were extremely helpful and supportive throughout my transitional period, monetarily as well. So thank you for your graciousness and your generosity. That showed a lot. And what's interesting though, guys, like we're getting 56 viewers right now. Like that's more than usual. It's definitely like for guitar streams or Tetris streams or whatever. But what I've noticed is that when I talk about or I document changes in my real life, more viewers tune in to see what's going on. Like when I moved out of Nancy's, like those you guys tuned in for that. When I left Newfoundland, you guys tune in for that. So any type of like drama or like significant changes in my life, you guys generally tune in to like see what's up, and most of you are quite supportive and actually provide some valuable input. I usually rewatch these streams and read what you guys are saying. I've been happy to integrate my life into like a form of entertainment for you guys. Still here. You know what I mean? Yes, I go through depression sometimes. I get sad. Sometimes I get crazy. But I've noticed the more real I am, I think you guys appreciate it. The more side I show of like what's really going on in my life rather than what I fucking script. You know what I mean? You guys like it. As long as I'm fucking honest with you guys respect it. Very blue. So that's cool. And that's why I do this. And I'm hoping, like, when I talk about this shit, I'm hoping I'm saying something that at least here and there that resonates. You know what I mean? Like, ultimately the moral of this story is when you fuck up, you got to learn from it. And like, I'm just saying, when I moved back and I was homeless, if I would have stewed on the negative aspects of that breakup, it would have been difficult for me to be motivated to improve my life. So negative energies will hold you back in this life. So try to recognize them. If it's sadness, fucking let it out, dudes. Don't hold that shit in. Let it out and do something about it. I haven't been just crying about heartbeats. I've been trying to improve the situation. And that's because I genuinely believe that us reconciling will improve both of our lives. And it's going to take some fucking work to do it as well. Or the other option would be, oh, just look at the negatives. Just look at the negatives. Hate. Oh, no. No. Accept. I accept who she is. I accept the way she is. I like I said, I wasn't in the right state at the time to be able to emotionally manage what was going on there. Kind of unexpected. But ultimately, if you learn from all these fucking things, it will lead to a better life. Holding negativity is not good. And that's one of the reasons why I do my diss tracks and shit like that, guys. It just allows me to output these negative feelings in entertaining fashion. But or I could just keep it and bottle it up and do nothing. You know what I mean? You got to pick your battles. You got to pick your battles. And I always bring receipts. So, but like, if someone does me wrong, I'll fucking shame the fuck out of them and curse them. Oh, Troll is in chat. Faithless follower. Yeah, HB, just be happy with the way you're treated. No. What's done is done. Okay, so like, let's say your best friend steals from you. Okay? Say your best friend steals money from you. Of course you're going to be upset. Of course you're going to be upset. But are you going to... You're not going to be happy about that, okay? But are you going to... You have a few options, right? Are you going to unfriend them? Are you going to unfriend them? And then be unhappy forever that someone stole from you? That's one option. Or you unfriend them and you cut your losses. And you forget about it. which then eliminates the unhappiness, except for that you lost a friend, your best friend. Or do you communicate with your best friend and who's, you find out the reasons why, they acted that way. And because you love your best friend, do you support them when they're in a rough state of their life? You give them a chance. And you hope that you either observe or actively participate in your best friend's growth as a human being if they're remorseful about what they did. There's all kinds of ways to do it. But probably the worst way to do it is to hold that grudge. Is to like kick them out of your life and then be upset that they stole from you. She didn't commit any crimes against me. I'm just using that as a fucking example. So you could be, personally insulted. Everybody's different, right? Everybody has a value. Everybody has a different importance on money. If it was a theft of money, but the point I'm making is that if it's your best friend and you have actual love for that person, you may have a little more understanding or desire to find out why they did that and realize that everybody makes mistakes. And if you really love them, you try and help them. Or you discover they're just a piece of shit. And you say, I don't want that in my life anymore. Get the fuck out. What's better? Why did you have them in your life in your first place? That's the thing. Like, there's a lot of variables in that type of example. The vape situation, it wasn't a deal breaker. However, it did bring to at a point when I was like very financially low, it brought to the forefront that I didn't have much for myself there. No, don't press heartbeats. Like I said, everything that happened while there was periods of down, which I am very familiar with in this life. Okay, like I've been emotionally rock bottom a few times. Okay. I know it will pass. But the important thing is to take that feeling and analyze what caused it and change something about it, about yourself or your situation. Learn from it. That is the value. That's the value in sadness and depression. And again, often, you know what I mean? Like, often we sometimes choose to put ourselves, unless you're like clinically depressed or whatever, which I might be, by the way, but like, we always have the power over our, almost always have the power over our own lives and how we feel. Maybe we can't change it instantly, but if you work towards some type of positive change, like for instance, I was in a pretty low and depressed state when I fucking quit streaming, right? Okay. But I self-reflected. I allowed the universe to influence me. I was like, like, for instance, I watched a couple pieces of content, movies, and I was like, absorbing the message in it, or at least interpreting it to my own needs. And ultimately, I came to the conclusion that streaming is actually a good thing for me. It's something that I enjoy. And that's why I've been streaming a lot lately. Because I've preferred to spend my time doing something that I enjoy and doing something that other people enjoy, I think. I brought the Tetris suit. These are smooth. No, I was sad because things weren't going the way I had planned or wanted. Like, if at some point in the future I decide to pursue another relationship, like, I have no doubt it'll be better than the last relationship. No doubt. However, I feel if Heartbeats and I were to reconcile and work this out, that will be the best relationship possible. Because what you learn about your significant other, especially in stressful fucking situations, is like invaluable. Like, that is for if you can survive these hard times, it puts you way ahead of a new relationship with a new person. Because at some point, every relationship fucking shit hits the fan. Okay. And like, the things that I've learned from Heartbeats on how to treat her aren't necessarily going to be the same way to treat someone else. Everybody's, you know what I mean? But there's some overarching lessons that I've learned, which are A, well, for one, anger. Avoid anger. That's one. Secondly, don't like in a relationship, you need to adapt. It's not all about you. You need to give you need to give some of yourself. To like, you know what I mean? You need to compromise. You need to listen. You need to communicate. That's like a really big thing for me. That's a really big thing for me is that like I've had a hard time when I feel sad in a relationship. I have a really hard time communicating that because I'm almost like ashamed. I'm ashamed of feeling sad, and it makes me feel like I don't want to come off as being weak. You know what I mean? So a bad habit of mine is waiting till it's too late and the feelings fester, and then start affecting everything before if I ever even communicate it. And if I don't communicate it, then I just end up like bottling it up until it fucking explodes. And you got to, if you're sad because of your significant other, you got to be a little more you got to present it in a way that doesn't make them feel like offended that they're the problem or whatever. Call her? No, she said not to contact her, dude. Will I ever shut the fuck up about it? Yeah. You guys are asking questions now. It's Q&A period kind of. Okay, I'll move on to the next. Let's put that to bed, guys. It's she's made it very clear. And I don't think I have any reason to mention her again. If you guys want to check out the streams and the love that we had, I got a Heartbeats playlist. Feel free to check that out. You can relive the great moments. And yeah, I just wanted to, give you guys the update, give you guys the fucking, how I'm feeling. I'm like I said, I'm okay. I'm okay with accepting that because I don't have a choice at this point. I will likely always care for her. She made that big of an influence on me. And as I said, for her own sake, I hope she doesn't fucking carry the negative energy with her, around with her. I choose not to, but who knows? Okay. HB face tattoo? No. But if I, there may come a time when I may decide to pursue something romantic with someone else, or maybe it'll just happen someday. Who knows? I'm definitely not like it's gotta be the right person, But who knows? Who knows? Like I've never cared for anyone other than myself. No, I do care about a lot of people and things. But yes, I care about myself. You can't really, it's difficult to like function effectively without loving yourself. Hey, HB, she's cool. Okay, so the second part of this stream was to talk about another situation. So, what was it last week? Was it last week? My daughter went missing for about 12 hours or so. The police were called. So like last week was it? Yeah, it was like not this Saturday, but the Saturday before, I think. So my daughter had like met a dude from online. My daughter's 14. Had met a dude from online who was like 16 or 17 supposedly, and she like left home at like it was a weekend, so she left home. She was supposed to go to her at like midnight. She was supposed to go to her friend's house. She never showed up, and turns out that she met up with this dude who supposedly is not the cream of the crop. Supposedly he was like homeless between here and Ottawa, living in a tent. Supposedly, allegedly, drugging other girls that he's hung out with. Supposedly, the word is sexually assaulting them or something. That was just the word on the street. So her mom was pretty worried and called the police. And I got a call around, I don't know, noon, 12:30 on last Sunday, and explained what the situation was. I try to look at it positively, where I'm like, well, she's just being a teenager. She'll probably come back. It's only been 12 hours. She never misses school on, on Mondays or whatever. And so as I was getting ready to go look for her, I got a call about 20 minutes after, stating that my daughter had been found at the mall with the guy. And so I was like, okay, I guess the cops were out looking for her. My brother was out looking for her and shit too. And so she actually, Landon suggested this to me, was to ask the baby mama to get her a drug test just to see if she'd been drugged or anything like that. And I was just, I was kind of like, well, maybe they're, maybe it's just a reputation this guy has. That doesn't mean that he's going to do anything to my daughter. And maybe they're, falling in love or whatever, who knows? Like, you don't really know the situation. And apparently that's that's kind of what happened. Is like he didn't do anything to her, and then she took a drug test, and it was only weed in her system, and yeah, it just seems like she's falling for maybe the wrong guy or whatever. But you know what I mean. I think that's common with females growing up, is they often link up with maybe not the best dudes, and I think some females look for the bad guy. I personally like checked out his social media accounts and shit like that, and I was like, this guy's a punk ass bitch. You know what I mean? Like, I would be more concerned if she was like had permission to go to like a fucking preppy jock party where there's alcohol. You know what I mean? Like that's where fucking chicks get the train run on them and shit like that. You know what I mean? So it's like fucking, and with alcohol, like that's pretty fucking, you never know. Anyway, so I was happy that she got found. They've been going through some like counseling and social workers and shit like that. And then so that was like last week. And then today I got another call from the baby mama, and apparently my daughter like left school early, and because she like monitors her social media accounts and her private messages and shit like that. So and apparently my daughter went to meet up with this guy again, and yeah, I guess the mom called the cops again to give them a heads up. So I was on the phone a lot today with the I was on the phone a lot today with the baby mama, just kind of talking about it because I didn't really get a full update on what had happened. And yeah, so apparently the cops were like, they weren't too concerned about the character of the guy. I guess, he didn't. I think he might have actually tried something on her, but my daughter declined, and he didn't push on it at all. So that's good. And yeah, so today so my daughter wasn't answering her DMs. So I fucking and they didn't know where she was. And the mom's concern is that she's going to get involved in some type of fucking human trafficking. She has the feeling, and I don't know if this is paranoia or what, but she has the feeling that my daughter is getting primed to be like, I don't know, kidnapped, or like at least like taken somewhere to be like coerced into doing things or something. Because it's fairly big. It is, I guess, fairly big around here. There's Montreal an hour away, Ottawa an hour away, and Toronto 4 hours away. Plus, there's a native reserve where sometimes criminal activities occur and can facilitate transportation of that kind of thing. So I don't know if the mom's being just a little too worried, but she called me today thinking that my daughter could be on her way to like Ottawa, and not never come back or some shit. You know what I mean? And I'm like, okay, well. So what I tried to do, so she has an iPhone. So I was like, you gotta activate the fucking Find My Phone shit on her fucking phone. Like if it's not active already, like there's gotta be a way to do it. So I was like, I'll look into it. So I had her like, so I tried to log into her Gmail, her Google account, and try and use the Find My Device on there. But then when I logged in, it did like the thing where it sends a number to the phone and you got to choose the right number. So I didn't have access to that. So then, but it also said I could use a computer that she had logged on before. So the mom went home, got on the laptop, and then she was able to approve it, and I was able to log into the account. However, with iPhones, you actually do the Find My Phone shit through iCloud. So then I logged into her iCloud, and it just wasn't set up. It just wasn't working or something. So I wasn't able to track her that way. So then I was like, maybe I can get into her Instagram and maybe I can track her that way. But I did get into the Instagram, and it's fucking weird, man. Like, I think my daughter's like sharing her email address with other people, because when I logged in with her email address, it brought me to somebody else's account. I was like, what the fuck? Like, I'm out of here. And then I logged in with her. Then I logged in with her username, and then I got into her account. But then it only shows what city she's in. It doesn't actually show anything. So I spent like an hour trying to do that. And then she finally responded to the mom's DMs. So she found out who she was with and all this shit. And but my daughter wouldn't actually tell her where she was. So, but they did agree that my daughter would come home for like 6:30 for supper or something like that. So yeah, so I spent time on the phone. A burner catfish? No, I think it's one of her friends. Call the cell carrier and ask them to track it. Yeah, so the iPhone doesn't have a SIM card in it. My daughter has like a flip phone with a SIM card in it, so she wasn't answering that. And I guess could have called that carrier. Yeah. But then the mom got in touch with her. And then I just got a lot more details. I got a lot more details of what's going on today. And I don't really know what the fuck is up. I guess my daughter's like skipping school frequently. Like last time I hung out with her, we went to a movie last time I hung out. But a couple times ago that we hung out, we went to this like metal show, Cornwall Chaos, and I had a good little chat with her. And she asked me, what I thought about her smoking weed, and I'm like, well, it's not really that bad for your health, but like I really don't recommend smoking it at school. You want to be focused at school and that kind of thing. I didn't start smoking weed at school till I was like in grade 12, and she seemed pretty cool with that. But it seems that she's like she's skipping school a lot. And I do not support that. And that ain't good. So I gotta have a chat with my daughter. Anyway, so, and not only that, she's like skipping school to go fucking hang out with like homeless dudes. But I guess like when a kid is like 14, they have like a lot more rights. Like the school can't stop them from leaving. If they want to leave, they can just leave. So it's like, what the fuck? What the fuck's going on? And even like, I don't think parents can force their kids to like even come home and shit like that. I don't know. What the fuck is up? No, I don't believe in violence. Like when I don't have all the details, guys, I tend to give the benefit of the doubt. Like I looked at this kid in his pictures, and I was like, this is a little punk ass bitch. Human trafficking? I doubt it. I doubt it. Drugging her? Maybe. But that's just an assumption. It's fucking hard. It's hard to make personality decisions on people you don't know. You know what I mean? Hearsay is a motherfucker. Here, you know what I mean? Like, who knows what's true? I'm a bad judge. What's gonna happen when that homeless guy impregnates my daughter? Then what, MC Frosty? Jesus Christ, man. That's across the bridge when it happens. But I don't think there's any additional risk for impregnation, regardless on a teenager's fucking social status. Now, so what happened today? What happened today is, I guess, the baby mama's like niece or nephew or something like that were at the park, and they saw my daughter there with these dudes. So the baby mama went to the park immediately and called the cops as well. And the cops showed up, and I guess they were like ran. There's two guys there, but ran dudes. Made sure there were no warrants or anything. And apparently the guy isn't actually homeless. Apparently the story is that he lives with his mom, who is abusive. So like I was talking to the baby mama, and I'm like maybe you shouldn't be jumping to conclusions. Like maybe this kid is struggling, and maybe he needs some fucking help. You know what I mean? Like that's the way that I think. Like you got to talk to these fucking kids. You know what I mean? And while I wasn't getting into shit at that age. I've been through some shit. You know what I mean? So, like I said, I just don't like jumping to conclusions. So anyway, yeah, because my daughter's skipping so much, there's like some concerns going on. But maybe I like. I'm definitely going to be speaking with her very soon. Hurt people. Just because he's a victim of abuse doesn't mean he's not capable of it. Yeah. But is this fucking Minority Report, and we're gonna fucking hold this guy fucking accountable for shit he didn't even do yet? Or are these accusations against him false? You know what I'm saying? There's just too much information. So what happened today is the baby mama was able to talk to this guy, and she didn't actually get that much of a bad vibe from him, apparently. Although the kid could be a fucking smooth talker. Who knows? But it's good, and that's who called. That's who called on the phone earlier. It was the baby mama. So that's a good. Thing that my daughter was found. It's not good that. So what's probably going to happen? Is I'm going to get her a new phone, 'Cause I guess the iPhone has a crack in it. I'm gonna get her a new phone, and we're gonna track that shit up, and we're gonna fucking just as long as she lets people know where she is, then that's half the problem. You know what I mean? That eliminates the worry. I don't know why my daughter doesn't want to let people know where she is, but whatever. As long as we know where she is, her friends are watching the channel. I don't give a shit. Wouldn't trust the lady's judgment. Well, I think she's a little. She gets a little worried, maybe paranoid. Like both of these situations of my daughter going missing. She hasn't been hurt. There hasn't been anything wrong. So up until now, to me, it seems like teenagers being teenagers. What I'm concerned about is her skipping school, and also her not letting people know where she is. Those are my two biggest concerns. And like if she's fucking skipping to like go smoke weed or something like that, like she needs school, man. Like so we're gonna see what's gonna happen with that. She's 14. Want to know something crazy? In Ontario, 14-year-olds are allowed to have sexual activity with people up to less than 5 years older than them. So that means somebody 18 could be fucking somebody 14 in Ontario. Yeah. That's crazy. Unless they're in a position of power or trust, authority or trust. That's not allowed. She needs tough love. Yeah. So, yeah, hilarious. Like she runs away and she's gonna get a new phone out of it. It's fucking crazy shit. So yeah, so like I've always been very very like nice with my daughter. I've never yelled at her. You know what I mean? I've taken it that way. Apparently she's she's real good at like telling people what they want to hear and shit like that. But when I've hung out with her, she's been fine. She's been absolutely fine. I've literally had no concerns. Been in good mood. We've gone to go see movies. We've played Scrabble. We fucking went to a metal show, and she's fucking cool. She's great. So I don't know what's going on, but we're gonna try something tomorrow. We're gonna all go out for lunch. We're gonna all go out, me, the mom, and the daughter. We're going out for lunch tomorrow, and I don't know exactly what approach I'm gonna take. I don't know exactly what approach I'm going to take. Definitely a loving approach. But I'm kind of like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you got to go to school, yo. Got to go to school. Sounds like an intervention. Yeah. I don't know. Her brain is still developing. No weed for her. Yeah. Well, at least like it's like I guess the crew that she hangs around with, they fucking smoke a lot of weed. And not only do they smoke weed, they like to like post it online and shit like that. You know what I mean? And so that's fucking, I don't know, man. Like when I was smoking weed as a teenager, I was hiding. When I was smoking at my house, I was fucking hiding from my parents. We had a home business. So like, and I smoked weed when I was in grade 8, and then I stopped, and then I started again when I was like grade 10, so like 15, maybe 16 actually. But we used to have like, I mean, it was the legality. I mean, I guess it's still illegal for kids to be smoking, but my parents were like against it hard. So depending on what time of day it was, we had like different spots around my house where we could smoke. It was pretty scheduled. So she smokes it and passive smokes. I don't know what that means. Call her bruh a lot. She'll respect it. I generally text her, and I do call if I don't get a response. She's hard to get a hold of, man. And so like right now what she receives calls on is her flip phone. So I don't know what's up with that. But I think I'm going to get her a new phone that's easily trackable. And then just got to deal with, at that point, her turning off the location services or whatever if she decides to do that. But like, tough love approach. Time to lay the law down. It's not that easy to lay the law down with that age of a teenager. They have a lot of fucking freedom, man. So I found out. One thing, they're not in Ontario. I don't know if this is just something I was reading earlier, like teenagers' rights and shit. They're not allowed to be in public places after midnight, between midnight and 6 a.m. in Ontario, without an adult with them. So that's one thing. But I think she's like drinking and stuff too. Like whatever. I used to get blackout drunk when I was her age as well, like going to school dances and shit, but not like fucking skipping school and getting blackout drunk. Although when I was in like grade 6, me and my buddy used to like go to his place for lunch, do a couple shots, and go back to school. But we went back to school. But not blackout. Anyway, yeah, so there's some fucking, like I haven't been there every day. I haven't been like in her life every day for the last while. So it's like I'm slowly integrating back into it, and it's just crazy to me, man. Like seeing all this shit, and like she's like meeting dudes through social media without really knowing them, and then meeting up with them, and then like the mom's like fucking reading all the fucking messages and all this fucking crazy shit, man. Like this is it's weird, man. It's weird. And like you can like tough love. What is tough love? What the mom used to do is ground her and take away her electronics and all that kind of shit. But like clearly it's not working. Whatever has been happening has been not working. So like See, I'm just like, give her the electronic devices and use it as a tracking device. You know what I mean? But tough love? Like, because you really, you got to think of like so far with this one dude, what has really gone wrong? What, here's what's gone wrong. I think she like spent a night out in a tent or something like that with a dude. Meeting strangers from online. Well, yeah. Um, but what's really apparent, like I got to get in it. I got to get in the situation. You know what I mean? Like she's definitely not thinking about her future. So what I'm personally gonna do, like tomorrow at our lunch, is I'm going to try and not establish, but try and get her to establish one single goal. Start off there. And what I will do, like a positive goal, not like how much weed she can smoke in an hour or something like that. You know what I mean? Like establish a goal, and I'm going to help her attain that goal. Going to find out what she wants. She would have had every right to tell you to mind your own business. My daughter or the mom? Tent life in her blood. Yeah, somebody said that before. He was 16 or 17. Both? Well, I'm being called. Like she's making it my business. And that's one thing. That's one thing. Like when I snapped out on the baby mama before, I was like, it was like, why are you only telling me about all the negative shit with my daughter? Like, why are you bringing this in? Like, and then I started like suggesting a whole bunch of fucking shit in her life that might be causing my daughter to act the way she is, and then I like escalated from there. It was a really big asshole, and then I apologized. She accepted it. And now when the mom calls me, she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry for bringing this negative stuff to you." And I'm just like, "Don't worry about it. I was an asshole. I was an asshole talking to you. Like, I want to hear this stuff and I want to help." So, what if her goal is to kick her deadbeat dad in the nuts? Well, have to turn the stream on for that if that's going to happen. You guys want to see that? Victim blame the mother. Yeah, I know, and I felt really bad about it, and I literally raged out, and also I was upset because I had sent her $300 to buy my daughter a bike, and it hadn't been 10 days since she hadn't bought the bike in 10 days, so I was fucking like snapping out about that too. But I realized that I was in the wrong. And I overstepped. And I was not being a very good co-parent. And I'm thankful that she accepted my apology, and I'm thankful that she's including me in this situation where my daughter obviously needs some additional support. So I think it'll be nice. I think it'll be nice to have me and the mom and her all together and talking to her and showing her like dual support from her parents, and also my I'll probably get her a phone, and my objective is to spark an interest that she has, and whatever it is, as long as it's positive, and have her, try and inspire her to focus on that. Um, I'm not gonna judge that. I'm not gonna judge the dude until I actually meet him. But you know, who knows? If if it's been relatively short period of time that they've been together or whatever. So I'll probably try and meet that kid at some point. Dual support after 13 years? Bit late, matey? Dude, that hasn't been 13 years since I had shared custody of my daughter. It's been about 6. Wait, no, sorry, 5. Yeah, she's got some appointments and stuff, so I don't think she's going to school. Must be some adults furnishing. No, it's not. Not. There's, bro, there's plugs. They call them plugs. Okay. And they fucking, they're on the social media. Like literally their nicknames are plugs or whatever. Cornwall plug or fucking, I don't know. No, they got their shit. No, because there's some appointments and meeting to discuss her truancy tomorrow, which are in the afternoon. At this point, I don't believe. Just sending her to school means she's gonna stay there. So, yeah. Yeah. So, like, tomorrow will be an interesting day. Tomorrow will be some real adulting. It will be I'm gonna try. It's gonna be. I hope it'll be positive, but like, there's always a chance she just goes along with everything and then doesn't actually, goes along with the suggestions and then just doesn't actually act on it. You know what I mean? So, uh, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. Like, I'm gonna get her. I'll probably get her a phone, and then I'm gonna, just try and talk more with her as well. But I think getting her to choose a goal right now. Maybe it'll be getting a job or whatever. I don't know. Maybe I'll start inspiring her with some music or something like that. Like she was taking bass lessons for a while. I guess she was doing well. Maybe sit down and produce a song with her. Or way back in the day, she used to really like playing Minecraft, and we actually made a video. Made a video of her, like, kind of like a live streamer doing it. I don't know, maybe she has interest in being an entertainer or something. I don't know, but it's gonna be interesting. I definitely need her to keep going to school though. Like, do I fucking do I like sit out front of school and make sure she doesn't leave? You know what I mean? Like, is that going to be my fucking days? No, I'm going to get her a phone with a tracker, find my phone shit, and that way if she leaves school, they'll know. Make a diss track with her. Mission 40. Dude, I've had jobs my entire life except for the last fucking since the end of 2016 when I was wrongfully terminated. And then I've been self-employed. But you know this already. No, I personally believe in a baby steps situation to improve it. To improve a situation takes baby steps, but there has to be an objective, a goal, target, whatever you want to fucking call it. But skipping school ain't it. And like they're done at 2:00. Like, if you want to be fucking smoking weed and shit, like, you got lots of time during the day. I get the vibe. I get the vibe. She's hanging out with the wrong crowd. So like, how the fuck do you get someone like your teenager to hang with the right crowd? And is there a right crowd? Because there's always that bad apple. Yeah, but you know what, Jack Smith? At least I'm fucking trying, man. At least I'm trying. And at least I fucking realized when I was a fucking asshole and I put this co-parenting situation in jeopardy and I was able to fucking man up, apologize, and like the mom is having a hard time. So I think just being able to talk to her about it is helping a little bit, because some of her concerns are a little like paranoia. You know what I mean? Like she gets concerned. She gets concerned about my daughter smoking random weed with people. For some reason, she's worried about laced weed. I personally have never seen laced weed. Actually, that's not true. These dudes were lacing some weed with acid one time, but she's worried about that. And I don't think that's a rational fear unless someone is attempting to human traffic her or something like that. Like that would be the only situation. But like, you don't need to lace your weed to fuck someone up. You just gotta get a bottle. You know what I mean? Like, there was Jack Smith. I know you're so critical. There was she was with a dude. The mom was with a dude for a while, and he was actually a pretty stand-up guy. Their relationship had fallen apart, but for a while, there was a pretty stand-up male role father figure while I was in there. At least there's that. But I'm more than happy. Like I said, guys, I'm on like the new life path here. Okay. I see my daughter like 4 times this summer or something like that, 4 or 5 times this summer, which is more than the past few years, especially when I was in Newfoundland. And it's never too late to try. You know what I mean? It's never too late to try. And clearly I am like being sought out to assist in the situation, which is good. And I'm more than happy to try and help my daughter. And, but I gotta, when I've hung out with her, I wasn't catching any fucking like warning signals or anything. Yes, she's been experimenting with a few things, but nothing that I didn't experiment with when I was around her age. But I always went to school. I always fucking went to school. Like, that's like, how is that being lost? How is that being lost? Born again Christian. No, I am, I'm just fucking, I'm game. I'm here. I'm ready. I'm like, maybe my living space isn't the best, but other than that, I got another week off work. Who knows? Maybe longer. Maybe I'll get laid off next week. I don't know. I should have never breeded. I don't know about that. I'm guys, I'm just trying to do the best I can, in all honesty. You know what I mean? I'm trying to do the best I can. And yeah. I guarantee you this is going to end up with an apology to my sister. God damn it. But I'll bite the bullet on that. Because my sister is still in my daughter's life, so. Feathering my bed. I don't even know what that means. MC Frosty has no brain in his head, letting a 16, 17-year-old daughter know. She's 14. Hang out with that creepy guy and druggie. Bro, I don't make judgments on people. I'll make judgments on people until I fucking talk to them myself. You know what I mean? But like, if the kid is a fucking little badass, whatever, motherfucker, I'm more interested in also helping him than taking a hearsay approach and just finding it out. Damp cloth and some cream cleaner. Yeah. Sandpaper. Show her the movie Buttercream. Okay, what? No, but might show her the movie Kids. Did I wish Gamble a happy birthday? No, I didn't. Is it his birthday today? Okay, inside Lou Martel. I was sexually active at the age of 13, having sex with another 13-year-old. Okay. I didn't consider myself a piece of shit, although I'm sure her dad would have. I agree with you there. Welcome to parenting, guys. Your kids are going to fuck someday. Gotta accept it. Kid will say, "Who the fuck are you?" Do one? What? Do a what? Campbell's birthday. Okay, wait. Let me go to his channel.
No, end of 2023. Well, listen. So I go and I move to LA, back to LA. I come out with a fitness app. I was tracking my journey on Instagram, but at that same time, I went live on Twitch just to do a desktop, so I wasn't alone at night. Very shy, very timid.
Okay, wait. Let's send him a little dono there. Oh shit! Do I gotta log in here? There we go. One sec. Alrighty. Let's put this on here.
The Mecca praying will do it, dude. Shut up.
One day, I do
Make sure you get
shrooms
that
with my
direction
cousin. And after the trip, for an hour, I felt euphoria. And I called the
Need some
dean,
drugs, bro.
who I've talked to
What?
every day this year, depressed. And I go, I'm back. My depression's gone.
Remember Dean, if you didn't fucking sink money into your loser
I called
ass?
Dean.
Happy
I'm
birthday,
back.
legend.
I'm
Much
back.
love, brother.
1 hour
Have a
later, it faded.
fantastic night.
But I felt out of
Thank
the
you so
depression for
much,
that
dude.
hour.
Nice to see you. I
And
hope
that
you're
let
doing
me
good.
know there is a other side to this pain.
Nadim's like the ultimate enabler
One
having
day-
fun with these toys.
After my DMT trip,
There,
that I drove
donated.
9 hours to Vegas to do, got all the answers that I
Because
needed.
money, you know.
I'm shopping
He's
in
having
the
fun with
mall
his money.
for something for my mom. I call Nadeem and I go, I'm gonna go live tonight. He goes, what?
Frosty,
Oh,
like
man,
the
I'll go
only
live.
one that
He goes, are you
actually
sure?
uses the
I go, yeah.
Streamlabs
He goes, what are you gonna do?
directly. You guys could
I go, I'm
also
just gonna sit on the
donate
desktop.
TTS
I'm
through
tired of
Streamlabs,
being
just
by
like
myself
everybody
every
else is
day. I just
there.
need to talk to somebody. I don't care if there's 200 people there.
But Cash App, Venmo,
I tell my Discord I'm
or
going
Super
live.
Chats and stuff.
I go live that
Same.
night 4 months ago.
Thank you, boss. 31.
41,000 live viewers, non-botted.
I'm happy. I'm
Instant.
getting married this year. Very happy.
Trending on Twitter, everywhere. This, that. I start going, I'm back. I'm gonna go to Vegas this weekend. I'm gonna do this.
There we go. Happy birthday, Gamble.
Woke up the next morning, looked at myself in the mirror and said, dog, do you not learn?
There we go. Happy birthday, Gamble. Okay, we're back. What are you guys saying here? How does he hang out with your daughter if he's supervised with at least one partner watching them at all times? Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of questions, man. There's a lot of questions that I need to hear from my daughter. You know what I mean? So that's like, at this point, whether it's one horny dude hanging out with my daughter or another horny dude, like if it's a homeless horny dude, like teenager hanging out with my daughter, or if it's a fucking rich horny teenager hanging out with my daughter, it doesn't really make that much of a difference. What's important is that somebody knows where she is at all times and that she's safe. Like, don't chicks love the bad guy? You know what I mean? Yeah, no, that's it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. There's like some difficulties with that. Like the mom works like a late shift sometimes, so she's, off, maybe midnight or whatever sometimes, so that's difficult. So I don't know how welcome I would be over there at their place. It's kind of an interesting situation that they live in, but I'm sure we will come to a solution. But there's obviously some kind of root. There's obviously some type of root issue where my daughter doesn't want people to know where she is or something. Assuming the guy doesn't like sexually assault her or something like that, you know what I mean? It's probably going to be like a normal fucking teenage relationship, which, at some point, if this guy is a piece of shit, it will probably appear. She's had boyfriends in the past, and I don't think they lasted too long. Yeah. I'm concerned about the school. So like, we're gonna see. We'll be going for lunch before she has her like appointments and stuff tomorrow. But like, I don't know. Here's the thing, bro. Bro, here's a thing that happens in fucking Cornwall, okay? When kids get around that age, around 14, okay, they are allowed to, like, they are not required to stay with their birth parents as custodians, as guardians, okay? They're actually allowed to choose where they want to live as long as there is a guardian, a custodian. I know it's crazy, New York. So what happens in this city is you get some of these fucking some of these adults, okay, that like welcome kids, like 14-year-olds, into their home, okay, and guess what happens then? That parent now gets to collect the baby bonus, the Canadian child benefit or whatever, for those kids that are not even theirs. It's a fucking scam. So this is like a path. This is a path that we want to avoid, where my daughter decides to exercise her rights and go live with some fucking crackers. And up until the age of 16, if I am correct here, which I believe I am, the birth parents are still required to like financially support the child as well for their needs. I believe. I could be wrong. Maybe it is the new guardian. But you want to see the shit? I'll bring it up. All right, so here's some rights. This is a summary of age-based legal milestones for youth in Ontario. This is general information. Speak to a lawyer or legal worker for specific questions. All right. So 6 and over, school attendance is required. 7 and over, written consent required to be adopted. Under 12 can be apprehended by the CAS, which is the Children's Aid Service or Society, for serious criminal behavior. If you're under 12, they can be the subject of a secure treatment order only with minister's consent. 12 and over can apply to vary or terminate Children's Aid Society supervision or society care order. Consent required for temporary care agreements with Children's Aid Society and voluntary child protection proceedings can be subject of a secure treatment order. If you're 12 and over, you can be prosecuted for provincial offenses such as truancy, can be charged with a criminal offense, can consent to counseling by a service provider. They can consent is required to change their name. So you can't just change the name of your kid if they're 12 or over. They have to give consent. They have the right to be in court with a lawyer when a judge is deciding about sharing information about you before and after you are adopted. Sexual activity. 12 and 13 can consent to sexual activity only with a person who is less than 2 years older, except with a person in position of authority or trust. So no fucking camp or Boy Scout leaders or whatever, camp leaders. Anyway, 14 and 15 can consent to sexual activity with a person who is with a person who is less than 5 years older, except with a person in position of authority or trust. That's crazy. A 15-year-old could technically have sex with a 20-year-old, depending on when their birthday is. So if the 15-year-old was born in, December, and the 20-year-old was born in January, does that make sense? Yeah, that's less than 5 years. It's crazy. 16 and 17 can consent to sexual activity with a person who is older by any number of years, except with a person in position of authority or trust. So a lot of hoopla around the world is made about sex with minors, as in under 18 in Ontario. 16 and 17-year-olds can consent with anybody. It's crazy. This is Ontario, by the way. It varies from province to province. I think MC is hopeless and full of asquests and why he can't do something and remember, but it's all fun and games until someone gets hurt. MC Frosty. Well, yeah, I mean, there's education, right? But if you're dealing with a rebellious person, a rebellious human who has some rights, you got to treat that delicately, and you got to treat that in the right manner. Tough love, depending on how it's delivered, it can fucking push them in the wrong direction. So really, it's I gotta acquire some information directly from the source. Okay, 14 and over, adult sentence can be imposed for more serious criminal offenses. Under 16, not permitted in a public place without parents or other adult arranged with parents between midnight and 6 a.m. They can be apprehended and taken to a place of safety and can be the subject of child protection proceedings. Parents' obligation to provide financial support is absolute, not dependent on child's residence or why the child left home. So if your kid under 16 does not want to live with you, you still have to provide financial support. Under 16 is deemed competent to appoint and instruct counsel in proceedings for admission into a psychiatric facility. Legal custodian may exercise child's rights to privacy and access to information. Ages 16 and 17, consent required to be taken to a place of safety. They can enter into voluntary youth service agreement with Children's Aid Society. 16 and over can change name with parents' consent or court order. They can get married with parents' consent, court order, or minister's approval. They can voluntarily withdraw from parental control, but may lose right to parents' financial support. CAS cannot apprehend unless subject to court order. They are protected from housing discrimination based on age. And they're considered an adult under the POA, whatever that is. 16 and over, eligible for social assistance in special circumstances. Example, if they're kicked out. Canadian citizens can apply for a Canadian passport on their own. Right to privacy of and access to personal information on own behalf. What was that about privacy before? Okay, so under 16, the legal custodian may exercise the child's rights to privacy. So you're allowed to spy on your kids under 16, not over 16, though. Entitled to participate in decisions about special education needs. If withdrawn from parental control, may have right to appeals under the Ed Act. Can apply for secure treatment order. Can provide an advanced care directive to refuse. Anyway, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. $51.50. I don't know. So anyway, so yeah, that's what else is going on in my life, guys. Is I am being included in some parental decisions. I am being requested for my assistance. Clearly, I'm not viewed as a piece of shit. My daughter and I have always gotten along great. I am, like I said, I'm just like, what the fuck? What the fuck? I've looked into costs of private school, and apparently my daughter would have to agree to that. You know what I'm saying? You can't force your kid into private school. T-Blaze, you can go to jail if your kid doesn't go to school or fine. Yeah, so that's my daughter has been like willingly leaving school apparently. Again, I've heard like the situation from the mom. I also want to hear it from my daughter. But yeah, the priorities are get her to go to school more. Get her not to be high at school. And then also on her free time, just figure out a way where she's known where she is. And maybe there's issues between her and the mom. Like maybe they're not getting along so well or something. Maybe she'll feel more comfortable letting me know where she is. That kind of deal. I don't know. BG, lead by example. Exactly. I have created a horrible example for anti-drug fucking leadership. Okay. However, I did have shared custody of my daughter when I started out with this MC Frosty thing. She was pretty young, but she wasn't allowed to listen to the music, and she always knew that MC Frosty was for adults. I know she's listened to my music since, though. She told me her and her last boyfriend were listening to my music. She was also like, I really like that radioactivity rap song of yours. That's my favorite. And I said that wasn't mine, unfortunately. Okay, what up? Yeah, the mom is like a little bit like technologically like not good with technology. So the cops have suggested that as well. And I was like, first thing, I tried to figure it out today, but I couldn't. None of the stuff was active on the phone. I tried activating the timeline on Google Maps, but the phone wasn't syncing, and the iPhone doesn't actually have a SIM card, so that it would only be able to activate, I believe, when it's on the internet. So that's why I'm probably going to buy her a new one per on my plan or something. Call my sister. No, you know what? That's something that will arise, but I would rather do that face to face. Obviously, wearing protective eye gear. I got safety goggles with my job, so I can always wear that around my sister just in case. I will definitely avoid insulting her with any language that refers to her leeching off my daughter because of her broken vagina and failure for becoming a parent. And I will definitely, if that apology ever does arise, I will promptly remove any diss tracks and trolling that I've done. However, I will also be prepared to run. Just in case. Never know. Ask my sister for help with my daughter? No, I'd rather, like, if we're going to be honest, I'd rather keep my daughter away from, like, violently psychotic bitches. I don't think they're very good examples. But who knows? Maybe my sister has learned. Liars, by the way, liars who lie to the police. Ask Nancy if my daughter can move in. Nancy isn't the landlord there anymore, dude. I've been asked not to contact Heartbeats, as I mentioned earlier, so that won't be happening. She does know about Ronald? Huh? Oh, guys, this is a situation where it's going to be step by step. Ooh, baby. Step one. Well, I'll have some fun or something. Step by step. And kind of like feeling out the situation, man. what I fear could happen is that my daughter is responsive to any, positive, progressive options that we discuss face to face. However, she doesn't follow up with it. And she's basically, playing me for a fool, which I don't think is going to happen. The tracking will help a lot, and it'll help with the mom's stress. You know what I mean? That will help a lot. My daughter does not need the cops being called on her every week. And the more the cops do get called on her, the less, like, you know what I mean? Especially if it's like situations like this where they find her and she's fine and she's just out for a few hours. Eventually they're going to be like, what the fuck? You know? Oh, what's this? Candy cane tagged me. What? Hold up. Hold up. The Mounties are on the lookout for me? Tracking devices in stores? Yeah. What? Like where are you gonna put it? Oh, you just like just get her a phone. But yeah, the tracking will infuriate the daughter if done covertly. No. It's not going to be done covertly. It's going to be done for her safety. And she's probably getting annoyed. She's probably getting annoyed with her mom freaking out when she doesn't feel that she's in a position of danger. Now, by the looks of the dude that she's hanging out with, okay, just by the looks of him, okay, again, like this is like me observing reality rather than hearing what other people are saying about him. The guy doesn't seem like much of a threat. He's like he doesn't seem like much of a threat. But what could be a threat is my daughter's choice of who she's hanging out with. Her judgment or lack thereof. You know what I mean? Like, for all I know, she's just like rebelling against her mom or something like that. Like, maybe there's something going on there or something. Now, I'm not going to use myself as an example of the type of guy she wants to look for. Okay, maybe that's what's going on here. So she knew I slept in a tent for a few weeks. And she's like, "Oh, I want a tent man, just like daddy." Oh, does meth? Oh, I'm in love. So I'll probably advise her to aim a little higher. I'm not blaming the baby mama, dude. I'm not blaming the baby mama. Advise her, exactly. Fox the baller. Oh, we're just having a good chat, you know. Well, I don't see how she could be rebelling against me. If anything, she's like slumming like me, you know? Probably not the best. Is he still in school? I do not believe so. I don't believe so. Serious question. Is she like an outcast at school? Any friends? Yeah, she has lots of friends. But again, I haven't observed this, but from what I hear, it's like she's choosing to hang out with like lower income family kids. Like, for instance, she has a 12-year-old friend who was pregnant, but apparently lost it. Apparently, the 12-year-old does not look like they are 12. She's got friends who like are selling vapes and shit. She also has some more positive friends as well. I don't know. Yeah. Welcome to Cornwall, John Raw. Tell us about the positive friends. Well, I don't know them. I've like known some of her friends and the families that she's had before high school, but what she did last weekend was she said she was going to her friend's house, never went, ended up meeting up with the guy, and then they like spent the night out in a tent or something. Yeah, this ain't an easy situation. I don't, because she can say whatever she wants. She can say whatever she wants to, like, get me or her mom off her back or whoever. It all comes down to how she acts, and that's very difficult to control, right? Especially when you can't actually like force your kid to come home. Like when they have the right to leave the house. Like grounding don't work. Now I could come in and be like, if you don't start listening, I'm going to ruin the life of every fucking friend you have that you're fucking meeting up with. Don't you worry about it. I'll ruin each and every one of them until they don't even want to associate with you. Then what are you going to do? Then who are you going to sneak out with? I could go that approach, but it's kids, right? I won't do shit. Then you got to deal with the kids' parents and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, she does respect me. She does respect me. Maybe I start training her to be a live streamer, guys. What do you think about that? Brain. Yeah, no, she respects me. It's just I haven't like observed anything wrong with her. You know what I mean? When I took her to Montreal, it was all good. We had a great time. When I took her to the concert, when we've gone out to movies and shit like that, you know, and like I tried to talk to her, and one of the last conversations we had, she had like printed out some resumes and was considering looking for a job, but and she was taking bass lessons, and apparently she quit her bass lessons, so I don't know what's up, but I could definitely jump into that role and help her improve musically. Like maybe make a song with her or something like that. Maybe start a band with her. Fuck, you know what I mean? Like, because when I was her age, when I was in her age, I was in bands. My brother played drums, I played guitar, and we were fucking playing music every fucking day. You know what I mean? I was like, when I was 13, I was spending like 5 hours a night after school learning Smashing Pumpkins albums and shit like that. You know, like, so, yeah. No, it's an interesting situation, but I'm happy to be involved. I'm looking forward to the opportunity to have some like direct hands-on influence on some obstacles. As I mentioned, I feel strongly. I feel like, even though I think school is bullshit, and it's probably even worse now than when I was anyway. You still need it. You still need it. You need that. You need that fucking high school diploma. Yeah, there's counselors in play and shit, but like like I believe she's able to tell counselors what they want to hear, just as I was when I had some counseling when I was younger, school ordered counseling. Yeah, when I was in grade 8, I had 2 sessions with a school counselor, therapist or something. The first one was one day my parents were checking out my backpack to put my lunch in it or whatever, and they found my weed pipe, which I'd been using on the weekend at a basketball tournament. So my dad snapped the fuck out. On me that morning. So I was grade 8, so I was like 13, the middle of winter. So I fucking stormed out of my house, which is in the country, a little bit out of town. I walked about. It was cold too. I walked about I don't know, half a kilometer down to the bus stop for the one bus that goes into town. I get on the bus, and my mom drove down and basically chased me, and she ran onto the bus to try and get me off. And then I stormed off the city bus, and I walked over to the highway, which goes into Cornwall, the 138, and I hitchhiked. I hitchhiked into Cornwall, and I got dropped off at the Cornwall Square. I called my dealer, my weed dealer, and I skipped school, and I went to his house and got stoned all day, and the cops were called and all that kind of shit. So eventually later that day when I was all stoned, I called my parents and they came and picked me up. But that resulted in some counseling. And then later that year, so I got in shit for smoking weed for my parents. So that was probably in like January. So in like March, I remember it was like, I don't know, March break or something. I got my hands on some weed at my house. I thought my parents were gone. That was just me there. I started smoking in my garage. And then my sister came down. And caught me smoking. And she immediately threatened to tell my parents that she caught me if I didn't give her my weed and also tell her where I got it. She said she would keep it secret if I gave her my weed and told her where I got it. So I did that to avoid the wrath of my parents because my dad was pretty pissed that first time when he fucking caught me. And the next day at school, I had an out of town Scrabble tournament, French Scrabble tournament. I was on the French Scrabble team. And so we took a school bus, probably like half an hour out of town, slayed the fucking Scrabble tournament with it was partners. So me and my best friend, we fucking won by cheating. We would take out extra pieces and keep them under our leg. We were also allowed to look up the words in a dictionary first, but we'd always have a few extra letters under our leg or whatever. So we won that tournament. And then the bus drove us back into town, except I lived out of town, so it dropped me off on the way. I got to my house, and my father informed me that the police were looking for me. I needed to go down to the station to provide a statement against the dealer that my sister ratted out for selling me the weed, who happened to be my basketball coach, assistant basketball coach, which is not a good look. And that was the guy who I went and smoked with. So I went to the police station, and under fucking threat from the Cornwall Police Service that, they could charge me with the weed that my sister confiscated from me, and that would inhibit my ability to go on family trips to Florida and all, because I wouldn't be able to leave the country and all this. So I succumbed to the fucking police pressure and gave a statement against my dealer about like 6 times that he sold weed to me. So he was obviously gotten deep shit selling weed to a minor in a position of authority. And I was a little bitch. And so that got me more counseling. Yeah, I snitched. I was really green. Yep. Yeah, I ratted him. Yeah, I was middle class, inexperienced. Oh, and this guy by the way was like 6'5", Golden Gloves boxer in the army. A seriously scary dude. And also one of my good friend's brother-in-law. And pretty much ruined his life. And I never really forgave my sister for that. Fucking cunt. Oh, that wasn't rock bottom. That was just me being stupid. So those are my two. Those are my two. Oh, actually, I saw a therapist when I actually did hit rock bottom. Oh, yeah, I saw a therapist for a little bit. Okay, so this is an embarrassing story. So when my baby mama and I broke up, I still lived there at first. Okay. And I mean, when I broke up with her, I still lived there. It was easier to watch my daughter and that kind of thing. And my baby mama ended up hooking up with another dude, her boss, like a week later. She was already seeing somebody else while I was still fucking living there. Okay. I took that kind of hard. I think I bought like 100 pills of speed. Lasted me about a month. By the end of it, I was doing maybe not even that long. But by the end of it, I was doing, I started off doing like 1 pill a day, and then like by the end of it, the tolerance had built up. I was doing like 4 to 6 pills a day, and I was quite depressed. I would even say I was. Am I even allowed to talk about that? I was very depressed, if you get what I'm saying. And I had never really talked to the baby mama about my depression. So one day, bright idea, I decided to come out with how I was feeling, kind of like a Bell Let's Talk moment. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but every year, Bell Canada has one day where you can, let's talk, talk to your friends about your fucking problems and shit or whatever. So I decided to come out and I let her know my plans. My plans. I didn't have a date set, but I'm like at some point, I will no longer exist, and let her know my plans. And she happened to be texting her mom. Letting her know of the conversation that we were having, and her mom got a little concerned and called the police on me for a wellness check. So the about 4 or 5 cruisers showed up at our apartment, and I was like, "Did I do anything illegal?" And they were like, "No, but we just want to take you in to have you checked out." So I ended up going to the hospital. And those fucking cops in their fucking ears, they were trying to like I was being honest with the nurse about what I had been doing, and the cop was just fucking listening and shit. I was like, give me some privacy. And then they put me in our mental ward for one evening, called Third South. Spent a night in there, and then I had some outpatient therapy for 2 months, weekly for 2 months. 5150, yeah, basically what it was. Yeah, I wasn't charged or anything though. Yeah, one night I had a good sleep. I think they gave me some type of sedative, Ativan or something. Oh yeah, I spent one night in the psych ward. And then so I did therapy or counseling, and he didn't really see anything wrong with me. He thought I just went through like a brief depressive episode. And the reason I stopped seeing him, motherfucker, he had other patients, and he thought it would be a good idea if I gave one of his other patients free guitar lessons. I was like, oh, I see how this works. He thought it'd be good for me, and then he thought it'd be good for him. And then I stopped seeing him because I thought he was taking advantage of me. Fox the baller. Yeah. So that was pretty depressive. So then my baby mama picked me up the next day from the psych ward, and I went back to our home where she was like working. I was working too, but I was working during the day. Where she was working, and then like getting dropped off with her new boyfriend, who was her boss every night, which is pretty low. At least get dropped off down the street. I think I had some pills left too. I don't think I did them all. That was interesting. I think I moved out like a week later, 2 weeks later. Like, fuck this shit. I don't know. Inside Lou Martel. No idea. No, he didn't. He never came in the. He never came in the apartment while I was there. No, I didn't think it would. I didn't think it would ruin her. I don't know. Why did I break up with her? Fuck. I remember what spurred it. It's like that we're having problems or whatever, and we were working different shifts, which was okay for watching our daughter, but what pissed me off was she wrote like a fucking letter to tell me about some problems that she was having, about how she was feeling, and she just left it on the fucking computer screen instead of talking to me. And I was like, what the fuck? We can't even talk anymore? Like, you gotta actually just write this shit down and leave it for me? Like, what the fuck? Where did communication go? So I was like, fuck this. Why did I? I thought, and like, I was like really high at that time in my life. Like, my chemicals in my brain were all fucked up, man. Anyway. At some point, she asked me to marry her, actually. It was fucking, and I thought she was joking. Like, what? Oh, yeah. One thing she was pissed about, because I was in a band, and I actually had like aspirations. This band, 1788s. I had aspirations of going on tour with them and stuff. She didn't like that. She didn't like it that, we just had a kid, and that I'd be like, my goal was that I wanted to like leave now and go on the road and fucking, she didn't like that. And then I viewed it as her trying to keep me down, But yeah, some point she asked me, she gave me a ring too. I don't know if that was like supposed to be like a wedding ring or something. It was actually a pretty sick ring. I wore it until we broke up, and I gave it back to her. Yeah, well, it was cocaine at the time. That was my drug of choice. Deadbeat dad from the beginning. No, I was in my daughter's life up until she was about 3 or 4. And then that's when I hit real rock bottom. That's when I bought the rope. And then I fucking, instead of doing it, I had my awakening. And I got instead of doing it, I just like analyzed the negative energies in my life, and I eliminated them one by one. And unfortunately, the mom was one of them. So I didn't see my daughter for like 10 months or so. I got a new job and whatever, and then when I was ready, I got off cocaine. And when I came back, it was a much better mental situation to be a good father. So not rape from the beginning. It took about 4 years for me to be a temporary deadbeat dad, and then the last little spurt, I didn't see her for like. Well, I saw her a few times, but I wasn't actively sharing custody for about 5 years. Maud Ronnie. Well, my try hard clan, my opinion of the matter was that I was in not a very good emotional or mental state to be as good of a father as I should be. I was like doing a lot of drugs as well. I'm just saying, and I was very depressed. And I decided to make an active effort to improve my life and come back as a better dad. So it worked. Yeah, you're right, Flat Ronnie. I quit everything. You're right. Something that I'm working on. You know what I mean? I ain't running from my credit card debt. I'm trying to make amends and fix my relationship that I quit based on changes that I've made to myself and my life. I'm looking forward to being actively involved as a parent in some serious shit that's going on with my daughter. And I'm in a pretty good spot to I think influence these situations positively. And in retrospect, I probably shouldn't have done 10 years of straight cocaine. That was I probably could have done a lot more with my life. At bare minimum, I shouldn't have snorted 10 years of fucking straight daily cocaine. I should have just at least banked the cash. But probably not even having that substance in my life probably would have made me a better person. I didn't give a fuck, man. In my 20s, I just did not give a fuck. I really didn't. Like, there were times in my life when I was like ready to go to jail. I was like, this will be good for me. It's like, I'm going to get a tattoo branding me with my associates. No. 10 years of cocaine. I wasn't doing in my 20s. I wasn't doing deeps. Deeps came later. That was more introduced to me. I don't know. I don't believe I was doing too many deeps when we were living together. I think maybe a little bit at the end of it, but I was pretty sober for most of that. But that was, yeah. When I was at Sigma Point, yeah, the deeps got back into my life. So, deeps. Very blue. Reverse it. And then when I was playing, I think after you moved out, Landon, then because of my buddy in the Decomposers, he brought the meth back into my life. So that started a little bit of a phase there, which is why you got a diss track called "I Like Meth." Yeah, rip rap. Oh, Jabroni, what up? And then yeah, I didn't really have a hookup for the meth, so then I went back to the deeps. Right at the start of this MC Frosty run. You can witness that fucking effect in my early streams. And also my body weight, which I think went down to like 135 or so. But that's slowly and there's a little bit of meth too, but that slowly went away. Frostcast. Maybe one day this week. No, it's not great. It's not great. But it is what it is, and we're in the now. And you know what I mean? Stimulants had a functional use in my life, though. Like it did allow me to stay awake for long periods of time and write and complete songs and shit like that. Like, oh fuck yeah. Oh fuck. Pretty much everything in 2018 was stimulated. All the music I recorded was stimulated. Like I'd be sober when I had my daughter, and then when I had a couple days without her, when she left, I would start ripping and writing, bud, producing music. And I'd get a night of sleep, and then have my daughter again, basically. Not the best lifestyle. But we're here. We're in the now. We're fucking doing okay. Learned as well. Then it burns you out and you lose creativity. I had no issue with creativity in 2018, 2000. I still don't. I just have to have a reason. I have to have a reason to make a song. And once I got a reason or a subject, I can get it out. I find like when I listen to my music, like the music, it like not the lyrics necessarily, but the sound of the music. It really is a representation of how I was feeling that day. It often brings back memories. I have no creativity. I don't think so. It was cool seeing you get a real ass job. Thank you. I'm happy to document my my experiences and tell you guys about what's going on in my life. You know what I mean? It's maybe not as exciting as running a publicity campaign against the police or running for mayor or whatever. But I feel improved. I feel improved. I feel like not as much as a piece of shit. I feel healthier, and I'm happy to show you guys the development in my life, whether it is positive or negative. Week with no balls. I don't know. Forgot no bars. What? I was going to take over Weird Al's audience because he thought he was washed up. Oh, yeah. I remember we had that conversation. Yeah, I am. I'm pretty healthy. I could be healthier. I smoke a pack of cigarettes a day because I can afford it. A good writer uses metaphors. Yeah, that's I mean, I have a couple here and there, but I took a more direct approach to my writing. I don't necessarily consider my music good. I'm not too proud of any individual song, but I'm pretty proud of how much music I've created on my own. And I thought I was funny. Maybe now, Backpages isn't as funny because they fucking seize the domain. But whatever. I like meth. Again, was part of a diss concept album for the Decomposers, and it was directed at the dude who got me back into meth because he was a far severe meth user. And Backpages was for the dude who fucked way more hookers than I did. And but with I Like Meth, I was really going for shock value with that. And I was, logically thinking, if there's a song called Cocaine, why can't there be a song called I Like Meth? And I didn't intend it to glorify meth use. I thought, in the video especially, I thought I looked like a piece of shit. And I also included the line, I hate meth, in the outro choruses. So which is what happens with meth during the come down, is you kind of start hating shit. What up, Eddie? When is my time of the month? It's right now. I'm profusely bleeding out of my vagina because I'm so weak with no balls. Fact is, only about 5% of people are really funny. Well, the fact is, it all comes down to your audience. And funny is a subjective trait in people. We have dry humor. We have shock humor. We have poop humor. We have all kinds of fucking humor. But if you can increase that 5% by targeting your content to the correct audience who may or may not find it funny. Now, did people actually find I Like Meth funny? Maybe. More people were offended by it, though. Especially when they're browsing Facebook and a big heart says I heart meth scrolls down their screen because I forced it onto their screen through paid advertising. I got quite a lot of reactions. However, I specifically marketed that song to, because you're allowed to target your ads, to people who liked Breaking Bad. So you like Breaking Bad, but you don't like meth? The main reason I did that, one of the main reasons I did that, was I wanted to make sure the people who saw the ad knew what meth was. So I figured that would be my best option. They're already into meth entertainment. Nobody hates Heisenberg. And yeah, I got really good click rate. Booty cream G's. What? Poop humor stinks. Well, generally, when people refer to meth on the streets, they're referring to crystal meth. Occasionally, you may get pressed pills that have pressed crystal meth in it. But generally, meth refers to crystal methamphetamine. I certainly do. So yeah, nice little chat tonight, guys. Just want to let you guys know what's going on in my life. Always developing. So the plan tomorrow is to go for lunch with my daughter and her mom and discuss what's going on. Kind of show like kind of just show united force to influence her for the better. Like I said, I'm going to propose that my daughter pick a goal, something she wants to achieve, and try and help her and guide her on the way to do that. And it may require, like maybe she's interested in making some music or something like that. You know what I mean? Maybe she's got some things she wants to say or something. So maybe help out with that, or maybe she like I would join a band with my daughter. You know what I mean? Get on the acoustic. She can get on the bass and sing some songs. That'd be fun. Heartbeats will not get any diss track from me. Like I said, I have no hard feelings. I have no hard feelings. Feel free to listen to the song I created for her, though. Those feelings still remain true. Did I beg Heartbeats to take me back? It's hard to like really beg through text, but I've definitely let her know how I feel. And as of yesterday, she, if you want to just rewatch the first half of the stream, she asked me to please not contact her anymore. So I was just addressing that with chat and letting you guys know how I feel. She's been a pretty big part of the MC Frosty show for the last, year and a half or whatever, and all those developments and the, kind of spurred the change in my life, that whole experience, and it spurred a lot of positive change in me. And if this is the closure to that chapter in my life, then so be it. And we'll move forward. We'll keep moving forward. But after this stream, unless something changes, I don't expect to be talking about her. I mean, I don't want to restrict you guys on what you guys say, but I will likely get sick of that shit at some point. What ship? Just like bringing her up every stream. I mean, I guess I have as well. So I've been opening the door to that, but that's what I'm saying. I don't plan on really. There's nothing. Like I said, unless something changes, there's not much to say there. I've apparently she was in chat earlier, and so I guess she must have seen or heard some of the stuff I was saying. So who knows? I doubt she liked what I was saying. She rarely does. So, but it was from the heart, and who knows? Yeah, Yeah, I mean, everybody goes through breakups, right? Everybody's, unless you're, well, especially Ronnie. And I just ultimately I don't want to end up like Ronnie and fucking hating the entire world because of losing the love of my life or whatever, and constantly remembering Paris and shit. She said juice all the content you can get. Yeah, and like that's like I didn't say anything, like I wasn't putting her down. But she probably thinks I was. I don't know. No, the crying's over, man. That was, like I said, that was the first real thing she said. That put some finality to the situation. So I'm gonna respect it. It kind of like, well, when you tell somebody to stop talking to you or stop contacting you, it kind of like kills a little bit of hope. You know what I mean? But there was just some issues. There was just some issues to me, in the line of, in what she's saying. And I find it so fucking weird that you tell me not to contact you, but then you come and watch my stream. That's weird. Oh man, the ball's in her court, and I spoke honestly tonight. And you guys should just rewatch it if you want. If you weren't watching earlier, it was pretty direct, and it's just a weird situation. And whether her and I get back together, or whether I somehow find someone else in, when I'm ready, or if I ever even do decide to pursue a relationship, I think I'm more equipped. I think I'm more equipped in my current state to be a better man for any type of romantic relationship. And the experience with her has helped shape me, due to the fact that I did make a lot of mistakes, and I did, so I'm not gonna hate her, and I still feel really bad for what I put her through emotionally. But I don't know. No, she never told me not to talk to her. She had been like ignoring, or maybe had me blocked potentially, but we were texting a little bit over the past couple days since her stream, and those interactions led to her telling me not to contact her anymore. And those are magic fucking words. When someone tells you that explicitly, then I have no interest in like harassing anybody. So I respect that shit. But I think I was pretty thorough in how I feel. And we'll see what happens. Sing to her outside the window on stream? Dude, she's halfway across the country, man. One last shot. No. Deep's hitting hard. No. Alrighty, guys. So I think I'm going to wrap this up. What time is it? It's almost 2 o'clock. It was a pretty long stream. Okay, so yeah, tomorrow gotta do some parenting. Maybe I'll stream tomorrow night. Maybe not. We'll see. And wish me well. Definitely got my daughter's best interests on my mind right now, and priority. Gonna be doing some information gathering, motivation, support, and baby steps onto a more positive path for her. I don't think it's going to happen right away. We're going to see. I may get her a phone tomorrow that's more equipped to provide GPS location capabilities, so that it avoids the need to call the police when when her whereabouts are unknown. I think that's an important step. And again, I'm just kind of like, what the fuck? Because when I'm with her, she's cool. But like, I do believe getting a high school diploma is very important. So I'm going to try and encourage her to continue with that. And as I said, my instincts are to try to inspire to set a goal of any magnitude, and try and help her get on the right path for that. Like if she wants to do something musically, I'm game. If she wants to somehow get into, streaming or something like that, I think that's a good age to start training. What if I brought my daughter on stream? What would you guys be nice? I mean, I'll accept deadbeat dad jokes, but you guys would be nice to her, right? Just to like introduce her to the like, don't do that. Don't do that. We will show no mercy. Yeah, but you know what? That's like it's kind of like Like, the internet's a wild place, right? Yeah, there is no reason. Yeah, like I probably won't. I probably won't, but I was just asking what you guys would think. Yeah, no, I talked to the mom about it. I talked to the mom about it earlier as well, and she was a little apprehensive about that. Ultimately, the purpose of it would be to introduce her to, a live interactive chat, and I would obviously warn her that you guys can be motherfuckers. But it could be a fun experience for her. I'll give her the ban hammer. No. No, she's really cool. She's really cool. She's smart. But it's just IP2 isn't really the best place for minors. So all right, guys. Thank you very much for tuning in. It's been a personal evening with MC Frosty. Letting you guys know my real life with Jordan Pops. Oh yeah, oh yeah. And here's to me stepping up my parental role tomorrow. Kind of being like, what the fuck, yo? Get those books. Get on those books. All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed the show. MC Frosty.